Welcome to Proof Live, where booze brands in the right hands. On a quest for the best tipple and toast with the most exciting and respected bottlings. Competing for the 100-point Perfect Score Century Award and the double gold and a spot on the top shelf to be sipped, shaken, stirred, and celebrated. Slide up to the bar with the biggest names in the spirits game as they clink glasses with your hostess, legendary connoisseur Jennifer English, for intimate conversations, live tastings, product launches, and the happiest hour there is. Now, broadcasting live from the commodious confines of the swanky Proof Saloon, where the liquid elite meet. Here is your hostess, the Madam of Manhattans, the Duchess of Daiquiris, the Queen of Conviviality, your hostess, James Beard Award winner, Jennifer English.
We are in Las Vegas, Nevada. Hi, everybody. I'm Jennifer English, and it is Proof Awards 2021 time. We're getting ready to hand out the medals, but first, we have to compete. And competing in this instance, over 600 of the greatest spirits and products in our categories. Everything from brandies and whiskeys and brown spirits and vodkas and gins and low alcohol and ready to drink and wines. We've got over 600 of the world's finest competing for the 100-point Perfect Score Century Awards, double gold, silver, and bronze, the highest honors there are in the spirits game. Right here, right now, this week, right here today, we've begun the judging with a panel of the most extraordinary judges there are. We have buyers, and this is unlike any other competition. The Spirits Awards that are wine, brandy, cognac are being evaluated and judged by buyers. People who know products from all over the world. They know what the best are. They know what the best tastes like. And so what we're experiencing today is watching the best of the best. Buyers in every category tasting and evaluating what they think the very finest sips today are. This is the Proof Awards 2021. I am so old. I feel a little bit like Jim McKay when he used to host the ABC Wide World of Sports Olympics. Okay, I'm totally dating myself, but what this is the Olympics of proof, alcohol by volume, the measure of a spirited beverage's proof or spirited content. To join me today for color commentary, expert commentary, and her take on the very finest things is one of our friends and one of the contributors to Proof Magazine. And by the way, did I mention I am the editor-at-large of Proof Magazine? And on a recent issue, you could find articles by my co-host for these esteemed and really exciting judgings and tastings today. Renee Corbell-Quinn is the co-founder of, she's the founder and co-host today, but she's the founder of Spirited South Florida. She joins us from the commodious confines of her Spirited South Florida saloon. My friend Renee, how are you?
Hi, Jennifer. Yes, I'm here in my whiskey den.
Today. I love this look for you.
I'm in my whiskey den, and as you know, we've been wrapping up the 30 days of bourbon, so I am full of a lot of bourbon bottles, but I'm so excited to be here and to be working with you and Michelle and Michael to go over some of these amazing brands. I've been going through all of the different ones that have been submitted, and I actually have a few here, which I'll get to try with you guys.
So you'll get to try some of them and talk us through. But let's just talk in general. COVID has had a really big impact on the spirits industry. And when we say the spirits industry, let's go one step up even further and say, what is the spirits industry? Are we just talking about whiskey, or are we talking about a very broad category here?
Definitely a broad category. I mean, of course, whiskey, bourbon, rye, that is where a lot of us might have started, but it's expanded during the pandemic. You know, rum, gin. I think gin has really come come full circle, and I'm seeing a lot more gin drinking, a lot of ready to drinks. I'm so excited with the ready to drink market, and I've tried a lot of them, and I think we have some of those in our awards. But I think that it's really, it's opened up. It's a positive thing. I mean, we do miss going to our bartenders and our bars and our speakeasies, but we all have a better appreciation of what it takes to make good cocktails and to have a home bar. And so I'm a home bartender, and I work with some of the best in the business. So I get to throw my ideas out and come up with unique things. And I think our entire hospitality group is going to be benefit from organizations and programs like Proof, because they're bringing regular people, and you don't feel intimidated. I can talk with whiskey people. I can talk about a brand, and I don't feel like I have to be the expert. And I think that's some of the best things that we bring to the table here with Food and Beverage and Proof.
So talk a little bit about your article this month. What did you write about this month in Proof Magazine? Where can people find it?
So I am Proof Magazine. I have a column called Spirited Inspiration, and I'm given the carte blanche to talk with different people in the world. So today, one of my favorite spirits is rum. So Gail Seal took time out of her hectic schedule, and she sat with me and spoke with me. And Ian Burrell was with her. How cool was that? So I actually got to meet Ian, and of course her husband, Richard. But I really wanted to say
Richard is the distiller. For the Foursquare group of rum,
right? And
Burleys and some
of my favorites.
And we should say that is the Pappy Van Winkle of rum. What you're holding right there.
So this I got in 2015 before I even knew Gail. So I was so excited when, through Proof and Food and Beverage, I've been able to meet some really interesting people. So I reached out to her and said, hey, I'd like to talk to you about rum and distilling and a woman in the business also. And she opened up and answered my question. So I got an amazing interview. So you also get to learn how to make the Ian Burrell featured Gail Seal daiquiri. So
the Gail Seal daiquiri is world famous.
I have the recipe in the magazine. He let us publish it, which I thought was phenomenal. So again, I get to interview people and bring people to the forefront to talk about what they do. And this month, in the back of the magazine, a special feature. I love speakeasies, and you're going to learn all about what a speakeasy today is. Not a speakeasy back in Prohibition. That was a different. But we have a new type of speakeasy opening, and especially after the pandemic, and smaller, curated experiences. And that's at the back of the magazine this year.
I love the idea of speakeasies. And by the way, I can't wait to read that. But can you see over my shoulder here? Do you see what's happening behind me here?
A distillery. Yes.
I'm actually in a distillery. I thought, what better place than to go to the source for this particular section? I'm actually sitting in the distillery. I can't tell you where now.
That's so cool.
Because I don't want to give anything away quite yet, because we're going to do a reveal a little later on. But this is the kind of operation that is cropping up in just about every single state. And when you have artists, artisans, craftsmen, scientists, and foodies sort of all come together, sometimes in the same person, actually.
Right.
You get this incredible inspiration that percolates and brings fresh ideas to a traditional industry, and you end up with extraordinary products.
Yes.
One of the things that this place that I'm sitting in right now is famous for is gin. And that's why I was smiling when you were saying that, because to me, this is about where we are today and what the future of sipping is going to look like. My friends, this is not their place, but they said, I want you to try something. This is the 2018 Never Never Distilling Company. This is called Juniper Freak Gin.
Wow, I like that purple.
And on the bottom it says Juniper Freak Gin. Let me tell you, this is a juniper bomb in all the best ways, but it's also a wonderfully spirited, and you know where it's from?
Where?
Australia.
Oh.
Now, I haven't been to Australia. And if this is the way things taste there, it's big, it's bold, it's articulate, it's exactly what you would think of when you said, make me something to drink out of a juniper. That's exactly what you get. And I thought it was really interesting that they used, I know the camera's got a lot of haze today from the light, but it's got that same kind of blue purple color that a juniper berry really has. And then it's got that sort of dustiness around the berry that my camera is actually applying to it. So I thought that was kind of cool. And I should tell you, I don't know what you're sipping, but I'm starting the day out with some Don Francisco coffee. The Don Francisco coffee line came on last week, and they sent me some delicious coffee. And you know what I've been doing? I've been substituting brewed coffee at different temperatures, everything from piping hot to ice cold and everything in between. And I'm trying to imagine how, in the great pairing combinations of the world, we can explore and expand beyond that traditional red wine goes with meat, white wine goes with fish, let's just call it a day. We miss out on so much when we're so limited. So I'm trying to use the occasion of the Proof Awards, where we're literally going to taste every flavor there is, and think about how we could pair them with food, how we can serve them at different times of day, how we can turn them from a straight sip with a big punch to a very, very, very low alcohol by volume, tall, cool, quenching kind of sip. All of this is part of our experience at this year's Proof Awards. And in the photograph in the frame behind us, on top of us and around us, you can see what looks like a banquet hall. And Jonathan, can you make our pictures go away for a minute so we could just see that table with all the goodies on it? I wanted to point out some things to you while we have it back up there. Jonathan, I'm going to talk through a couple of things that I see on the table there, if it's possible to make us go away again. If we can. If we can't, I understand. Right in between the pictures right now, you can see a bottle that looks like it has a floral label and a red cap. That's one of the Tempus Fugit's products, and I'll tell you, it's delicious.
Yeah, I like Tempus Fugit.
And they make a banana liqueur that is sensational. When we think of flavors like those tropical fruit flavors like pineapple and banana, I automatically think of South Florida. Do you feel like you get pigeonholed in South Florida to go in that tropical because everybody comes there on vacation and they all want to have that, tiki vibe, that
daiquiri? Yeah.
How do you expand? Because you are such a brilliant whiskey connoisseur. How do you expand past what people traditionally think of?
I think one of the things that we try to do is, of course, we're going to have the daiquiris and we're going to have a lot of the tropical pina coladas that people think of being on vacation. But as I talked a little bit about the speakeasy and that curated experience, a lot of our hotels, restaurants, and bars have these smaller venues inside their venue that they invite people in. So for instance, that same Tempus Fugit, we could pair with an amazing rye and make a old-fashioned.
A banana old-fashioned?
A banana old-fashioned.
Oh my God!
So we're gonna take our ingredients and still keep our tropical
right there in the middle, that green and red label.
Yes, that's a beautiful one. But mango's another one. Mango can be infused in gin, it can be infused in vodka, but even whiskey, you can make some great cocktails. So it's all about being experimental and trying different things. There's definitely, I want my classic cocktails. I want a Manhattan or a paper plane or, a perfect gin martini. But then I love to experiment. And I think that's what we offer here. You can go into a Korean, Asian fusion, amazing restaurant and get a zombie, but made with elements from the Korean palette. So again, it's like it's different, it's unique, and we want to be able to, especially in Fort Lauderdale, which is different than Miami or Palm Beach. We're coming into our own here, and we're able to take all of those ideas, put them in a shaker, mix it up, and pour out some great cocktails.
Take a look at the screen, Renee, and everything from that little red, Christmas ornament shaped presentation of a ready to drink to the
Right.
bottles that are on the table. This is an unusual assortment because it's a snapshot, a glimpse of what's going on in our industry. Do you see anything on that table that jumps out at you? Do you see anything on that table that you recognize that you wanted to point out? Because everything on that table was part of last year's competition, and
Right.
this was like the closing ceremonies at the Spirited Olympics, where everybody's marched into the stadium for one final reviewing. What do you see
Yeah,
there? What does it tell
there's
you?
a couple I'm looking. Well, first of all, it's bringing to us a unique ability to try, not just go in and try something that you always wanted to try. So if I'm going to get a whiskey, yes, am I going to be drawn to, Weller Antique or Michter's? I'm going to, or Old Forester, but I want to think out of the box. So I'll always look for a new brand to try, something that maybe hasn't, been in my bar before. That's what this looks like. It's like a candy land for adults.
Yep, it totally
And,
does.
I think you and I spoke, and I actually have a bottle here of I love different woods. And remember, we talked about the Cleveland, which is a different brand.
Oh, I
They
remember that
use
one.
a black cherry wood with their rye.
And
And
that's out
again,
of the Midwest.
Right. I never would have even found this. It's not in my stores, but guess what? It's going to be in my stores because when I like something, I get the bartenders to make drinks with them, and then people are going to ask where they can get it. So I reach out to my local, venues. I have Ocean Wine and Spirits, who's been a great partner with me, and they'll get it. And then guess what? I'm able to bring something from a whole nother area in where they may not be able to, traditionally get shelf space. So that's what I think Proof Awards does, because they're not competing against all these other brands, right? They're only competing with themselves, and that's an iconic way to do it. And I think that's amazing.
You're a rye girl. I know you love
I'm a
rye.
rye girl.
That's a rye that's flavored. Is it cherry wood or is it cherry flavored?
This one's actually a cherry, black cherry wood. So it's finished in black cherry wood barrels. So you have the spiciness of the rye. It's a young rye, so it's going to be a little hot. So like for this makes a great cocktail.
Yeah.
Sometimes sipping, it might be a little too hot for people. So I definitely recommend this in a Manhattan, a rye and soda, or even a smoked old fashioned if you want to go a little spicier than with a bourbon.
If you make a Manhattan with that, and you have the world of vermouth to choose from, what are the augmenting flavors for that? Am I going to go with like a really traditional Martini and Rossi? Am I going to go with something like an Antica that's going to have a little exotic, very European style to it? Am I going to go French? Am I going to go completely non-traditional?
I think with this one, I would do the Antica because I think it has some of those other flavors and elements. Vermouth in itself, that could be we should just do a show on vermouth because I have been eye-opened with vermouth. Yes. So, and sometimes I will even look at things like a sherried rum or something in a cask and
interesting.
Cheat a little. So I call that the R&R. So it's like the rum and rye. And it really is done like a Manhattan, but because if you think about rum having the sugar element, right, and the different flavors, it pairs really well with rye. So I would even take maybe that Foursquare rum, put some together and try this out. And that's the beauty of it. It's experimenting. I keep a notebook and I write all my ideas down. And so it's something that I take with me when I go and meet with the bartenders and mixologists. So. But yeah, I mean, I'm actually thinking now too, I'm looking at some of those flavors, that beautiful bottle with like kind of that amber liquid. It kind of reminds me of mango, but it could be passion fruit, passion fruit and drinks. That has a tart element. I don't like sweet. So that's perfect when, say, in a daiquiri, if it's a little too sweet, you want to put in other elements. You don't want to just put so much sugar in things. I think if people get rid of that that normal wanting things to be sweet, they're going to open up the flavor profiles.
We've got guests
everything.
joining us. I'm going to do a quick reset. We are doing
Great.
like a combo platter experience today. We are live on proofawards.com at the 2021 Proof Awards. This is Proof Live. I'm Jennifer English. I'm the editor-at-large of Proof Magazine with one of our contributors and one of the veteran connoisseurs in our category. Renee Corvell-Quinn is an extraordinary palate and a great teacher, and she's a great storyteller, and she's come to join us to cover the 2021 Proof Awards literally right now in Las Vegas at the Westgate. The beautiful Westgate is a buzz because there are over 50 incredible judges evaluating over 600 entries in every category, from non-alcoholic, ready to drink, to the finest cognacs and whiskeys on the planet. And who is doing this judging? Well, we've got a platoon of the best and most knowledgeable and spirited experts in the category. They're the buyers from every realm. The buyers from Delta Airlines, who are going to bring the top Century Award winners into the Delta Club lounges. You'll be able to travel in the years in the month to come, and you'll be able to taste what everyone is evaluating today and what the best of the best is going to be, because last year over 7 or 8 of the bottlings from the Proof Awards ended up in the Delta lounges. So this is a wonderful experience. Renee, I'm going to go try and hook up some of our friends. Would you do me a favor? Can you taste us like we were doing one of the tastings that you do regularly through Spirited South Florida? You go in and you host for everything from corporations to on-site in some of your favorite hotels and restaurants and bars and cocktail establishments, and you do a lot of teaching. And I'm wondering if you could teach us how to taste so that everybody joining us could know what it takes to do a tasting, how to be a judge. What are we tasting for?
Yes. So the most important thing is being open-minded. You need to be able to wipe out any preconceptions of things. You need to cleanse your palate. And then what you want to look at when you're looking at just tasting, for instance, is you want to taste the pure spirit in its form. So for instance, if there's a brand, let's say one of the brands that's going to be featured there is a rum. It's a new rum, Island Vibes. So what I did is I got all 3 of the different flavor profiles. I put them together. I poured a 1/2 ounce pour of each one of them. And the first thing I'm going to do is smell and really take in what the bottle is telling me. So for instance, the key lime one, I'm smelling the flavors. Does it smell fresh? Does it smell like real fruit? Does it have any chemical? Because there's a lot of sometimes smells. You want to open things up, and that's why I use a snifter. There's a couple of different ones, like a Glencairn glass is good. But if you notice, this one is a little bit wider. I like to use this for rum. So I'm going to fill like a 1/2 ounce or a full ounce pour, and I'm going to let it sit for a few minutes. I'm then going to smell, get the flavors. Again, I like to take notes. I'm going to take her. But I'm going to find what I like. Then the next thing is I'm going to take that sip, and you're going to sip it where it covers your tongue and you're breathing it almost. Okay. So I'm not asking you to breathe it where it comes out your nose, but it's like if you've been to a whiskey tasting, you want to experience in all flavor, the part of your palate, the back of your tongue, the sides of your tongue. You're going to maybe have tart. You might have a little bit, like it might be spicy or hot. It might be very sweet. Now you want to take a minute and take another sip, because the important thing there is now you're going to taste it with all of the flavor profiles together, because your first sip, your tongue doesn't even know what to expect. Your nose is saying one thing, you're seeing one thing, but now you want to actually like close your eyes, take a deep breath, and then taste that spirit. With something like a rum, I want to try it mixed with lime juice or lemon juice. A daiquiri is the perfect 3-ingredient cocktail to me, because it takes a spirit, it takes a citrus, and a little bit of a sugar. And now you can taste that same product, that rum, in a cocktail. And what, for instance, the key lime will do is amp up the lime in the cocktail. If I had a coconut flavor, it would add other elements, and that might add some sweetness to it. So again, when you look at your rums, if you see how they're finished, if it's a barrel finish, if it's a regular finish, all of those mean something. So when you're doing a tasting, try to taste things that are in the same flavor profile so that you can see what you end up liking. So I'll put something up for us with proof on tasting elements and how to taste along with us. But definitely, please, even if you don't have what we're tasting, grab something, sit with us, and really drink in like the whole thing of what we're doing. So next, Jennifer, are you still there? So, okay, so Jennifer's not there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to oh, there you are. So the other thing I want to tell you is if it's not a actual drink or a liquor, like for instance, I saw on your list that you have a brand, and I'm going to give a shout out to South Florida. This is actually a South Florida brand, kombucha cocktails. And this takes gin with fruits and some kombucha. But again, something like this, I'm going to take a nice glass. I'm going to put some ice in it. I'm going to smell it. I'm going to sip it, and I'm going to feel how those flavor profiles are. If there's more than one brand, I like to actually open one of each and try them. So again, I'll see which one is to my liking. There's a lot of ways you can use a lot of products if you don't happen to like it for just its natural state. You can do a lot of things, and that's when we were talking about pairing, how to pair it with fruits, how to put it in foods, how to cook with it. So there's a lot of things you can do with these spirits, and just keep an open mind. So I'm going to take the kombucha cocktail. And again, before I even put ice in it, I'm going to try it so that I can look at the flavors that they're telling me that I should be tasting. This one is Sunshine State. It has a vodka with kombucha. It also has mango, key lime, and other natural flavors. So the first thing I'm smelling is definitely tropical. And I definitely smell the mango. So for me, this is definitely mango.
Do you get the sour notes? Because the thing about kombuchas to me, it's just so sour forward almost.
It is sour, but this is balanced because it has some other sweetener. So mango is sweet. If you get when you have real mango off the tree, it's very sweet. And the key lime is going to balance that sweetness of the mango. And of course, I'm not going to taste the vodka, but I definitely feel that of other products that I've had, this has some of that kombucha flavors, but there's nothing artificial. I don't taste any chemical. It's very, very fresh. I almost feel like I'm drinking something that was fresh squeezed, but it actually, believe it or not, came out of a can.
Wow.
And and again, what's really cool? Put some ice in your Vitamix or blender and whip it up. Now it's nice and cold. And cut up some of your fresh fruit with it. Some other things that I might do with it is amp it up a little, right? Because again, I'm not maybe tasting the vodka. So I would probably put something else in here if I was having it more as a cocktail. And again, that's the beauty of it. You can play with it. And so anyway, again, be experimental and don't be afraid. And if you don't like it, try the next one.
Doc DeFeo is calling in. Hang on one second. Okay. I'm going to talk to Doc for a minute.
All right. Another thing while you're getting him, the cool thing is like when you go to your liquor store, you can try things. You don't have to get full bottles. Like I just recently from a friend of mine, Greg, sent me from a distillery in Virginia. And how cool is that? I'm able to try some of their different brands right from the distillery. So it's amazing with having all of the mailing opened up. We can all go online now and we can find things. We can go to, say, a rum distillery. We can go to a bourbon distillery and we can actually order and have it delivered to our homes. And that's another way. Instead of having to buy a whole bottle, you can try different things and find what your taste profiles are. And I'll definitely publish some information on the Proof site to talk about how you can start putting those ideas together and then how you can actually find what you really like. And you'll be much happier with some of your purchases by first doing some taste testing.
So Renee Corbell Quinn, Jennifer English, we are live at the 2021 Proof Awards in Las Vegas, Nevada, tasting over 600 entries with the most esteemed judges in the industry. They're all buyers and they know what it takes to be a success. They know what the best of the best tastes like. They're going to be the ones judging for the gold, silver, and bronze. And the Century Award, of course, is for the 100-point perfect score. We're coordinating right now with the one and only Aaron Doc DeFeo. Of course, he's a legend. He is a nominee for the incredibly prestigious James Beard Prize. He's the owner and co-founder of Little Rituals and Bitter and Twisted. He's one of the best in the business, and he's also been a decade-long volunteer and leader for the United States Bartenders Guild. He's just one of the nearly 60 judges who've been hard at work all morning long this morning, tasting in every category to find out who really and truly not only is the best of the best, but who will win the coveted 100-point Century Award. I'm the editor-at-large of Food and Beverage Magazine and Proof Magazine, and this is the first time we've had a multi-focal team literally covering these events from start to finish. Doc, have you had any luck getting on the StreamYard with us?
I'm going to try, but I was still on the phone with you. So
okay, so I'm gonna hang up with you, and we're gonna get you on the StreamYard, and we'll hopefully talk to you and Renee Corbell Quinn soon.
Okay.
Thanks. I love Dr. Feo. I've known him a long time, and I love the fact that I've been a mentor to him, and he's really one of the people that makes me feel so not only hopeful but proud of our industry. At a time when things were tough, he was just thoughtful and generous, but he's also one of the most inventive and artistic operators anywhere in the world. I think if people have not heard about or been to Little Rituals, RITUALS, Little Rituals, we'll ask him about that name because it really does have a lovely story. Renee, it's the kind of place that if you came to visit me, I would say, let's go there. That's one of those things that you need to experience because it is really one of the most improbable stories in the cocktail world. It's on the 4th floor of one of the Hilton Courtyard hotels in downtown Phoenix, literally right across the street from the ballpark. About the last place, if you wandered in, you would think, maybe I'm going to get one of the best drinks, not in the country, in the world. They do some fantastic food as well. I can't hear you, my friend. Have we become muted?
No, yes, we did. That's so exciting to find those hidden gems. And it comes down to a amazing bar program where people are invested in the craft cocktail. And I think you and I've talked about the art of the craft cocktail is really coming back in 2021 and 2022. And really what that means is fresh ingredients, putting together different flavor profiles, spirit-forward cocktails. Don't be afraid of a spirit-forward cocktail. And that's like probably what my father drank, which was the Manhattan or the vodka gimlet. I remember making that for him. And so you can navigate your way through the evening, and how you do that, you can enjoy with food, with the way you drink your spirit. It's an experience. It's not just about sitting and drinking 10 drinks. So again, it's something that I explain to my friends. Oh, hi.
Hey, there he is. Aaron Dr. Feo is the
Aaron.
co-founder of Little Rituals. He's one of the, you can take your mask off for the camera. I want everyone to see my handsome friend. There he is. There's the doc. United States Bartenders Guild leadership team. He's one of the leaders in our industry. He's so generous with his own time. He mentors young mixologists, and he operates some of the best places in the world. Little Rituals in Phoenix, downtown Phoenix. We were saying it really is not only because of your honors in the James Beard category for your nomination, but I want to talk about the fact that the world is starting to pay attention to the fact that you are making one of the most unlikely, incredible, must-go-to destinations in the world. Little Rituals is on the 4th floor of a rather otherwise unremarkable hotel. It's a nice hotel, but you put it into the stratosphere. Some of the 5-star resorts around the world don't have a bar as great as Little Rituals in it. Would you talk about everything Little Rituals for us? Because I am so proud of what you've accomplished.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Jennifer. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you great.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, Little Rituals, brainchild of myself and Ross Simon, who is the founder of Bitter and Twisted. We wanted to do something similar to Bitter and Twisted with, in terms of the service standards, the quality of the cocktails. We wanted to kind of take it in a different direction. We wanted to make something with a more loungy feel. We wanted to put our own unique spin on the hotel bar concept. And it really is unique because most hotel bars are not on the 4th floor of a hotel. So this one has that distinction. A lot of people call us a speakeasy, which we are certainly not a speakeasy. We actually want people to know where we are. But just by nature of where we are, we're hidden and we're off the beaten path. So people really do need to find us, which I think over the last 2 years has really helped us develop a unique clientele and sort of profile.
You have a very passionate, very intentional clientele. People have to want to get there. People have to know where you are and make a point to get there. Let's talk a little bit about the kind of style of drinks at Little Rituals.
A lot of what we do is based around heavy use of aperitif wines, things like vermouth, sherry, any fortified wines that we get our hands on. We love to utilize those. So those are definitely at the forefront of our program. And we think they kind of act as, we like to call it flavor bridging, where we take base spirits and other modifiers and use those fortified wines to soften and connect all of the different botanicals, or using the botanicals to connect the flavors in sort of our modifiers and our base spirits.
Talk to me a little bit. First of all, can you lift up your credential that's around your neck to show everybody what the judge credentials look like this year? Can we see? There it is. Proof Awards. Aaron Doc DeFeo from Little Rituals, masked and unmasked. What kind of judging did you do today, and what were you tasting and evaluating, and what did you taste?
So we've done quite a few different panels today. We've done some American whiskey, both single malt and bourbon. We've done reposado tequila. We've done rum. I mean, it's so many different things.
What's the best thing you've tasted so far today? The thing that, as an expert, you said, "Oh my God, this is unbelievable."
I mean, there's been a few really, really solid things. One of the things that I saw that was definitely really intriguing, I think everyone in our panel was really intrigued, was there was a rum that we don't know what it is. Obviously, it's blind. It's classified as a dark rum, but it had this really insane sort of banana bread and freshly spun sugar. Like, I don't know if you've ever made cotton candy, but it's this the instant that the sugar caramelizes and starts spinning out, it's kind of that smell.
Oh, that sounds.
It was very, very unique. I think all of us were on the same page. I'd love to know more about it. Hopefully I'm not walking into a trap with it, but I think it's it's so hard with things like rum, where they can do a lot of different manipulation techniques. It's very hard to judge those categories. So you have to still.
Doc,
yes.
I don't want to interrupt you. Finish that thought, please. I'm sorry I interrupted you. I thought you were done.
Oh no, I think I was done.
So last year, something was delicious and we all gave it really high marks, and it ended up being a 100-point winner, and it ended up being one of the Barefoot Cellars wines. And I think when you say something like we don't want to like, get surprised, people have to be open to the fact that really delicious products can come from anywhere, and you have to trust what's happening in your mouth. Not that someone's paying $100 for the bottle, not that someone else is writing about it. All you have to go on is what it tastes like to you. And we were all, frankly, a little bit surprised. I don't think there was a person in the room that would have imagined this could be this delicious. And when it was, every single person was like, yep, that kind of deserves those points. There is something very pleasing about this.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm not to take anything away from anything that gets a high score. I just, and wine is maybe a little different too, but I mean, just certain categories of spirits are now sort of notorious, tequila being one of them as well, where there's a lot of manipulation going on. And so, if the flavors feels genuine and tastes the way that it should, and it's a solid spirit, I mean, I guess you still award it the points, whether or not it. I mean, and I'm not making any assessment whether these were or were not modified. I'm just saying it's crazy. It's an amazing experience to really truly blind taste so many different things. It does alter
that you
your
just
perception.
don't know what it is.
No, it definitely alters your perception of things. I think it'll be interesting tomorrow for the unmasking portion to see some of these products that we had scored before and maybe made judgments about, and maybe we'll be really surprised and shocked with, like you said, with the barefoot example. But we may be very shocked tomorrow to find things that we thought were excellent being a label we wouldn't expect, or vice versa. We might find something that we scored very badly to be something that we've held in high esteem previously. So
I want you to meet Renee Corbell Quinn of Spirited South Florida. She's one of our co-hosts today for this experience and is one of our judges for the next Proof Awards next summer. Renee, this is my friend Aaron Doc DeFeo. He's one of the
Aaron.
judges this year.
hey, Renee.
I'll look forward to coming
So
to
nice to
visit
meet you.
you. I love curating experiences. I'm part of both the Palm Beach and Miami USBG, an amazing organization that I get to support.
Nice.
Doc, tell us a little bit, because Renee loves rye whiskey. Did you taste any ryes
I
today?
do.
I haven't gotten rye whiskey yet, but I know some people have. I'm not sure if I'm going to get it or not.
Did you get any bourbons today?
Bourbon I did get, yes. There was
Anything
some really
that
good.
is there anything you tasted today that you said this is likely a 100-pointer?
I don't know if we've gotten to any. I mean, there was definitely one or two things we tasted that were very close to double goals status, but I don't think there was a 100-pointer in any of our rounds.
And are you going to get to taste the same things you tasted today, tomorrow, unmasked?
I think that's how it works.
Okay.
I'm new to this experience too, so I guess we'll find out.
Well, tell everybody where we can find more about Little Rituals, and when are you going to be back behind the bar?
I will. LittleRitualsBar.com is the best place to check out Little Rituals, and I will be back there tomorrow at 8 p.m. when I get off my flight and go right back to the grind. So if you want a cocktail from me, you can come by tomorrow night, or I'll be there every other day. I'm pretty much there 6 days a week. So.
And the last question for you, Doc, after having seen and tasted everything you've tasted thus far today, do you have a headline about the future of the spirits industry based on what you've seen at the 2021 Proof Awards? What are we going to be drinking based on what you've seen?
I mean, I think there's a lot of trends that are going to continue to strengthen. I think, whiskey is obviously still is not dying off anytime soon. And there's a lot of new entrants to that, for good or for bad. And I think rum is definitely, there's a big push for rum, especially dark rum that I think, we're going to see in whatever dark rum entails. There's a lot of different parts of rum that are going to be exploding soon. I think a lot of authenticity in rum is going to be a big part of the industry soon. I know that that's going to affect maybe a lot of brands that have been mainstays for a long time are going to find themselves challenged by quote unquote more authentic representations.
Doc DeFeo is the co-founder and operator at Little Rituals. The James Beard Award winner and nominee is going to be joining us a little later on in the day. He's going to come back after the next round of tasting and judging. Renee, back to you. We are
All right.
live. This is the Proof Awards 2021. Hey, thanks, Doc.
Thanks, Doc. So I have an ingredient that I am in love with for the fall, and it's the fig. The fig. And I found these little figlets at the store when I went shopping.
What a great word, figlet. I love that.
Figlet. And you can see they're mini figs. They taste just like the inside of the fig Newton without the cake. And so I'm playing with the figs. I'm going to infuse some figs with my favorite rye. I'm going to maybe do a bourbon drink for the finale of the 30 Days of Bourbon tonight. And I'm all about figs. So I'm challenging some of my mixologists and some of my pastry chefs to come up with a pairing with cheese, butter, figs as some of the main ingredients. And then I want to pair those with some sweet, some savory. So I'm looking at pairing them with whether it's a sushi or it's a steak. I want to come up with elevated bar bites so that when we're out and we're drinking some strong cocktails, that we can have some good food to go with it, but not that you have to sit down with a knife and a fork. So again, that's a challenge that I'm doing with some of these restaurants to give me some great bar bites that I can eat easily and drink with my cocktails. So that's something as we talk about pairings, I think that that's as important, the chef knowing the bar portfolio and learning about the different brands and infusing that in different ways into their venues. We have a new place called an American Whiskey Kitchen. It's in Delray Beach, which is in Palm Beach, Florida. And it's amazing. They are actually in all elements of their restaurant using that 1,000-bottle whiskey portfolio that they have accumulated. So I'm going to have a figlet. Next, what else do we want to talk about, Jennifer? Do we want to talk a little bit about rum that Aaron brought up, about how there's some issues, or not issues, but challenges of, how much sometimes sugar content might be in rum, or the different ways rums are made. It's very different than the highly regulated bourbon whiskey industry. So that could be a subject we talk about later. I also have a list of the judges. So I've been going through to see who's there today. We have some of the great brands. Hi, how are you there? Hi, Michael.
Renee, I'm here right now.
What are we doing?
I'm at the Proof Awards, Renee.
Are you going to sneak me some stuff?
I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you the room right now. This is the room.
Okay.
Everybody, all the judges are sequestered at lunch right now.
Okay.
We have 200-point bourbons, right? One P24-4, 27-2, right? So when they come back from their lunch, they're going to taste it. And if everybody unanimously agrees, that's the 100-pointer, the century.
Okay, I can't wait. We'll be here.
What do you think about that?
I'm excited. I can't wait. She popped off real quick.
Oh my Lord, Renee.
So you're stuck with me. Oh, here she comes.
Oh, here she is. Okay.
I'm right here.
We're getting a sneak peek, Jennifer.
Oh, I love this.
I'm sneak peeking it, right? So here's our special. Wait. Did you see? These are our gift boxes, right?
Oh, wow.
Yes, you both missed that. You missed out on your lunch boxes. Full of samples from every brand, right? All the brands. What do you think of that?
That is such a great idea. I love that. What does that say on it?
It says Proof Awards, Liquor and Wine.
Oh, I love that. What a great logo.
Can you see it?
Uh-huh. It looks great. Nice job, Michael.
Yes.
Beautiful, Michael. You can sneak that to me in the mail.
Okay, I can. Okay, hold on. Here's just some of our tables. some of our
Very
sponsors.
nice. Amazing setup.
Obviously, it's the main sponsor, the Great Food and Beverage Magazine. And this is what goes on, right? Here's what we like to see. Look, there's my book. We gave them toothbrushes so they can keep their palates clean. When that happens,
that means the Century Award winner's happening.
That's right. And right now, Jennifer, you missed it, but we have two. This is what else we did. Let me see what else is going on here. Delta Airlines, Food and Beverage Magazine. Right. Delta
Renee,
Sky.
there's your hat.
Yeah.
Yes.
This chocolate. So here we have very unorganized, but we have, this is the coffee for to clean their palates, their noses with, right? This is special chocolate, right here. It's from Switzerland or something, right? See that, Jennifer?
Oh my God, that looks so good.
Special
Open
chocolate
it.
for tasting.
Eat one for us.
And then here we have the back of house. Okay.
Can you take us to the bottles? We won't tell anyone.
I can't take you to the bottles right yet because not until tomorrow.
We're the blind tasting, Jennifer.
Remember Rob? You remember Rob and Elise? Very good.
Hi, guys.
They are the Crack Proof Live Proof Awards team.
And then if we go all the way back here, this is where tabulations is happening.
Wow.
And gift bags. Look at this lady.
I know
that person.
Yeah. Okay, that's one of this. And these are the bags that we have for the judges that can take home samples after the competition.
That's a great idea.
Yes. Oh, there's Elise. Wait, I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble.
So, Michael, what's the most? Where is everybody having lunch today? Are we having?
Everybody's having lunch at Fresco Italian restaurant downstairs at the Westgate.
Oh, that's supposed to be wonderful.
Oh, it's going to be wonderful. We have some beautiful POS all over the place here. Look, Proof Awards. We have an empty table where Jennifer English was supposed to be at a podium. Right? Now, here's the fun. You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay. For tastings, they get all of this. Oh, God.
Oh, my gosh. That's beautiful.
Wow.
They got to put some more fruit up. Right?
Wow.
Coffee, everything. My computer. All right. Then we have signage all out here. 50 cents.
Well, if we were in, Michael, we couldn't be in that same room with you because then we would all be having feedback. So we're in our separate rooms so that we could cover this appropriately and you could sound awesome.
I love it.
And tomorrow we're actually, because it's unmasked, tomorrow we're going to have some of our brand ambassadors and famous names and cover girls and friends in the business joining us. Aaron Dr. Feo from What?
Where is Dr. Feo? Where's Dr. Feo right now?
He just finished his live interview with us.
Do I look handsome? I've been doing Noom.
You always look fantastic.
Yeah,
you do. You look good.
All right, I'm going to go and I'm going to get back on when everybody gets back into from the lunch and we start.
Okay.
We're going to do interviews with individual judges. I know Renee's, my friend Tom is somewhere. I don't know where Tom is.
Yep, Tom Claxton.
But do you know Renee? He's like, we're partnering on a lot of stuff, me and Tom.
That's great.
I know.
And
so I'll be back with Tom. But
we're going to bring him on. Yes.
So Renee, Michael, we are going to wrap up this first hour of live coverage of the 2021 Proof Awards. We're going to come back as soon as the awards and the judging start happening again. We're going to let everybody cleanse their palate. You know what I'm going to do, Renee? I'm going to make some tea, and we're going to have a sip of delicious tea. Miriam Noval from the Tea Salon and High Tea Today is going to be joining us. We've got a lot of exciting friends joining us.
I love Miriam.
And we're going to tell you who makes the juice in this juice factory. What have you got in that little beautiful chimney glass to sniff?
It's waiting for its I will decide what's going to go in there. I'm kind of thinking I might do some iron smoke from New York. Casket.
Interesting. What an interesting choice.
Yes, iron smoke. Well,
join us. It's tea time here at the Proof Awards. At the West Gate in Las Vegas, Nevada, judging is taking place, and we are going to be back again in just a little bit with hour 2 of our first day of judging and coverage of the 2021 Proof Awards. I'm Jennifer English, and I am proudly the editor-at-large of not only Food and Beverage Magazine, but Proof, the magazine, our sister publication, the place where the Proof Awards come to life. And one of our contributors, Renee Corbell-Quinn, thank you for doing this with me.
You're welcome. This is fun. I'll be here as long as you need me.
I want to go cleanse my palate, and we'll be back.
Okay. Bye.
All right. We'll see you soon. Cheers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in probably about 10 minutes. We'll do round 2, as they say.
Round 2. Bye.
Whether you're thinking about becoming a restaurateur or you are already in the business, Michael Politz has written a must-read, The Food and Beverage Magazine's Guide to Restaurant Success. Pick up your copy today at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Books A Million, or wherever fine books are sold.
Need a push getting your emerging spirits, wine, or beverage brand into the hands of consumers? Interested in winning a double gold award? Proof Awards, the ultimate beverage competition where all judges are beverage buyers, can jumpstart your campaign. Enter the Proof Awards. It's time to get your spirits, wines, and cocktail mixers the attention they deserve. Take advantage of the Proof Awards exposure and marketing program with Food and Beverage Magazine. It's all about putting your bottle into the right hands. Your brands will be tasted and rated by judges that are all beverage buyers for bars, nightclubs, resorts, casinos, liquor stores, big box retail, and many beverage distributors from across the U.S. Enter your spirits, wine, or beverage brand today. Hundreds of categories to choose from. One simple way to sign up. Visit www.proofawards.com. That's www.proofawards.com. And follow the Enter portal into our competition. Need a push getting your emerging spirits, wine, or beverage brand into the hands of consumers? Interested in winning a double gold award? Proof Awards, the ultimate beverage competition where all judges are beverage buyers, can jumpstart your campaign. Enter the Proof Awards. It's time to get your spirits, wines, and cocktail mixers the attention they deserve. Take advantage of the Proof Awards exposure and marketing program with Food and Beverage Magazine. It's all about putting your bottle into the right hands. Your brands will be tasted and rated by judges that are all beverage buyers for bars, nightclubs, resorts, casinos, liquor stores, big box retail, and many beverage distributors from across the U.S. Enter your spirits, wine, or beverage brand today. Hundreds of categories to choose from. One simple way to sign up. Visit www.proofawards.com. That's www.proofawards.com. And follow the Enter portal into our competition.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jennifer English, and we're in a distillery, a real life distillery. Right now, there's the happenings and the makings of some gin, and we'll tell you a little bit about that. I also wanted to show you, this is the kind of delicious luncheon that you can have when you come and judge the Proof Awards. They're having Italian food as well at the incredible Fresco downstairs at the Westgate. My colleague and co-host, Renee Corbell-Quinn, is here, and she's going to teach us how to taste a thing or two. I'm thrilled to have you here. I'm going to adjust my bar stool. Now, I've been sipping a lot of, as everybody knows, and I'm pretty candid about this. I had kidney cancer, and I'm very limited in what I drink. But when I taste in a professional setting like that, a lot of times people wonder, how do you not get tipsy? Well, the judges actually do this professionally. They have a whole protocol, and they taste and they spit, and just like you see on TV and in the movies. But Renee Corbell-Quinn is my friend who does professional tastings, educational tastings, events all over the South Florida area. That's because she is the co-founder of Spirited South Florida. How are you? Oh, we're muted.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, tell us about Spirited South Florida.
I started Spirited South Florida about 2015. I was a corporate strategist, and I worked with a lot of people in the spirits world and spirit industry, and I wanted to find a way to help my charitable organizations, but also at the same time help the companies that were always asked to provide products, right, for an event. And not a lot of these organizations really understood what they were asking for, especially smaller distributors or smaller brands. So I became kind of the link between them. But in addition, I started focusing and highlighting the bartenders in my community, and I gave them a simple questionnaire. I'd come out and visit them, and again, pairing my friends, my clients with their right mixology, talking about the art of the craft cocktail, writing about what a craft cocktail is, what a speakeasy is. And so that led to, after now almost 6 years, I am writing for different publications, and I'm working with certain groups with bar menus. I'm helping chefs. I really am about collaboration. And especially during the pandemic, my goal was to figure a way to help these organizations, friends, chefs continue while we were shut down for close to 18 months.
The industry is changing. It's a very different industry. Would you talk about how the industry is different in South Florida?
Okay, so yeah, South Florida, especially where I am in Fort Lauderdale, we're very much the sixth borough of New York. So we have a lot of things available to us that you do have in a city like New York, but we're in the tropics. We're close to the Bahamas. We're close to Jamaica. We have such a great bringing together of so many different types of flavors and spices. So the types of food that you find where you might have a craft American kitchen, but then you can have like a Floridian or a island take on the food. You can also, like, the sky's the limit on pairings. So when, for instance, with seafood, we have a lot of fresh seafood here, but also steaks, steakhouses. And so again, taking the different spirits and creating unique menus, pairing, getting back to craft cocktails where things are fresh squeezed juices. We're not the land of frozen daiquiris and pina coladas, although you can get them. We also want you to know that we have a sophistication, but we're your neighbors. We're very friendly here in Fort Lauderdale, and it's a great place to visit, and you should come
and
visit
we should
us.
also remember that Florida, just when you go a couple miles from the coast, becomes very almost ranchy.
Yes.
There's a ton of produce and agriculture.
We have a great agriculture area, and actually a good friend of mine hooked me up with like one of the, in the legal side of the business. I wanted to learn about farmers and farms and could we support local farms? And as we were buying our produce to make, how much produce does it take to actually have your bar open for the night, right? For your fresh daiquiris and your margaritas. It's expensive. It's very expensive right now for a lot of our restaurants to use those fresh ingredients, yet they choose to do that. And again, that's something we have to understand, that prices are going to change and it might be a little more expensive now after the pandemic to have those cocktails and have some of the food that we had prior to the pandemic.
Let's talk a little bit about delivery. How has delivery changed in South Florida of both food, groceries, and frankly, everything? Can you get cocktails delivered yet in South Florida?
You can. You can get almost everything, anything delivered, anything delivered, from my groceries to, clothes. I mean, you literally don't have to go out. You want to go out, but you don't have to. But yes, we had the laws changed so that venues could bottle cocktails and sell cocktails with the food that you were getting in dinners. So a lot of restaurants kind of jumped on that bandwagon. But then there were also some mixologists and bartenders that would create for my friends and I, when we would do tastings and different things, they would create packages for us. And a few of the charities were smart. And when they couldn't do their events, they ended up doing some really fun charity Zoom events. So we're all, again, excited to go back to our bartenders and be able to get back in the community. But I think we're going to have a mix now of being able to get a lot of these ingredients at home, getting a cocktail kit where, like, those of us, like, Jennifer, we would get it.
Don't you?
Yeah, I do. I work with bartenders. So yes, Bootleg Greg, and mixology kits. We have some great people. Ice, I always tell people one of the most expensive ingredients in your drink next to the base spirit is your ice.
People are shocked by that.
Don't think about that. Oh yeah, you want that beautiful, clear, square cube. That could be an upcharge at some places. It is expensive, but
and we should tell people this is legit. You could pay about $1 for a restaurant. A bar is going to pay, if they don't make it in house. Right. You're going to pay a company that specializes in making those great big, perfectly clear ice cubes, like $1.
Definitely. So, when you start adding the price of that together with the citrus and the elevated prices, some of the mixers, and again, fresh mixers, you're talking fresh tonics and fresh different, what I call tinctures, or when people would take the cherry or the fig and they're going to infuse it and make a syrup out of it. So you're not just getting in your old fashioned, a little simple syrup, you're getting a fig infused syrup. You're getting something really unique. You're not going to pay $10 for that drink. And so again, as you navigate the evening and you decide you're going out, I'm going to have my strongest drink in the beginning of the night. I might even try that base spirit as a dram. And then I'll shift to I love drinking sodas. So like Ryan soda, Campari soda. So again, it's how you navigate the night. And as you're drinking and as you're eating, with some spirits, you could switch to a nice red wine, but you also just want to be careful and not mix too many things. But there's definitely an art to it. And that's what's exciting about our rooms. And on Clubhouse, we get to talk about all of that with people from all over the world.
Well, I'm going to say that this time of pandemic has really enhanced the curation culture. Because what you're doing is you're curating and creating and curating your at-home experience in a way that has never been done before. And people are coming up with some amazing things. You know, we were talking about mixers and making drinks. Do you see what I have here?
Yes.
My tiny.
I see that.
Tell me these aren't the cutest things you've ever seen. It's the Fever Tree Premium Club Soda and the Fever Tree Tonic Water. But as you can tell, it's also in French. I got these in Canada.
There's glass, and people say there's a difference, like when something's bottled and then when something's in a can.
Can you taste the difference?
I'm okay with a can. It does. I do think that it makes a difference. In certain beers, I'll argue with people that I have to have that beer in a bottle because it just, to me, but then there's the more of the, like, say, the fall beers when you have the pumpkin flavors and those, I prefer those in a can. So again,
really? Why?
Yeah, I think everybody has, because I've had both, and there's something crisp, and maybe someone can tell me technically why I might like a can better, but it's the crispness and the coolness. I like and it was exactly the same beer, but one was a bottle, one was a can, and I prefer the can.
Now, but I don't drink much, and I've told you this. One of the best sips I've had in 2021 surprised me to no end. Do you know what it was?
No.
It was a beer, and it was affiliated and attached to a Hollywood personality. His name is Danny Trejo. He's got that, like, very character-esque bad guy. He's a bad guy in a lot of things. I, of course, know him from the Spy Kids movies because I've got a 12-year-old, and I watched all of those movies. But I want to talk about. I want to talk about his beer because he had it in his mind to create this incredible Mexican lager. And so he went to the place where they make some of the best lagers in North America to make a Mexican beer. And he went to, like, Wisconsin, right?
Okay.
And he's using these incredible, the kind of hops he's using. Everything he's using is from, like, those really old, ultra crisp recipes. I'm telling you, the sip is so crisp and quenching. It's truly irresistible.
Right. I'm going to look for that. I love barrel aged beers, when they're putting them in different barrels, and there's some cool stuff there.
By the way, did you see that Sam Adams just put out a brand new beer that is so high?
I saw that. Everybody's asking
in like a dozen states.
I know, everybody's like, can you get us that beer, Renee? I've had like 5 people ask me for that beer.
Do you have it in South Florida? You can do anything in South Florida.
I think we're getting it. I talked to my beer guru, Julian Siegel. He has an amazing place here called Craft Beer Cartel in the Riverside Market. And they're good friends of ours, and they started their own brewery. It's a Tarpon River Brewery. And there's just it's great to see and help my friends that are in the business and to, get their products. Their products now are out and other people are seeing them because of being on groups like Clubhouse, where now I can talk about something here in South Florida and my friends all want to try it. So
I love that.
Exciting.
Now, we've got to, because the judges have just begun coming back to the second round of afternoon tasting, we've got to talk about Bourbon Heritage Month. You have done a noble job of carrying the mantle of conversation and education for the bourbon industry. Bourbon used to be Kentucky, up one side, down the other. 95% of the world's bourbon came from Kentucky, and that is something that we're seeing shifting just a little bit. Usually the next places don't do things nearly as well. We're starting to see great bourbon from all over the country. Would you talk a little bit about the bourbon category?
Sure. So, because we talked about this earlier, that I'm a rye girl, and I don't actually think I gave bourbon a chance until this month. So I took the challenge, 30 days of bourbon. Every day I'm trying a different bourbon. You asked me, how do I do that? I didn't buy 30 bottles of bourbon. I went to my local store, and guess what I bought? Miniatures. New Riff, Widow Jane. So I bought a lot of minis so that I could try every day at least one bourbon. And I've actually on some days tried 2 bourbons. So again, yes, the bourbon category, which is known more for its sweetness, its corn, higher corn. There's wheated, there's sour mash. There's many different types, but if you go up to the core bourbon, it's what most people will have in an old fashioned, or if they're just drinking a straight bourbon. There's on the Kentucky side, there's different like rules for things. There's, of course, from the Jack Daniel's side, they do charcoal, and they're known as a Tennessee whiskey. There's a lot of rules in it, and although I'm not an expert, I'm learning from people like AJ and Eric Carrico, who have been great with our Kentucky Bourbon Room. But the best thing about it is just the experimentation and how it's opened up to so many people that we have a great group, sometimes upwards of 20 or 30 people that are sitting there and tasting bourbons with us. So, I challenge you. There's only a few more days left, but you can join in on the fun. And again, it's all about experimentation. Next time you're in your liquor store, just pick up a few different minis and try something. You'll be surprised. And, try to support local also. So if you have any distilleries near you or around you, most of them, when they start out, they're going to make gin. So again, you'll see a lot of that with different distilleries. My favorite Scotch, Bruichladdich, actually makes one of my favorite gins, the Botanist. And as you get into this world, it's amazing how much knowledge you get. And again, we go back to palate and different flavor profiles. So when you have my chef friends and you have my mixology friends, and then just my regular friends, those of us that just enjoy, we can all talk and create experiences, and we'll pair things that someone would look at you and think you're crazy. Renee, how are you pairing that? Like, I love, we talked earlier, figs, and I'm thinking of how I can pair that in gin. Because I think with juniper, I think figs would go really well in a gin cocktail. So I'm trying to come up with something for the holidays with that.
So Renee Corbell Quinn, I've got some bourbon here that I'm going to show you in a minute. And I'm going to ask you, in the Bourbon Heritage Month, with all those minis that you just tested, what did you discover that you were delighted and rewarded that it was your dividend for making the investment of time and energy and effort to do this for everybody?
Okay, I found a bottle that was hidden away in my bar. Just sitting there, I was not going to open it. I was probably like saving it for a gift for someone. And Eric Carrico said, hey, I just picked this bottle up on my way home from the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. So we opened it together. I opened my bottle, and it was Cooper's Craft, and it was the Cooper's Craft Barrel 100 proof.
Cooper's Craft?
Cooper's Craft 100. So
that's the one Eric likes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I'm just going to say that because, again, I'm a rye girl. I think the proof on this, I'm learning that proof is important. The profile is important. Whether it's a high rye bourbon or a regular or more of a corn infused bourbon, that has a beautiful, almost to me, butterscotch. I think you saw I wrote a paragraph of how I described it because I couldn't outdo Eric. So I had to be a little more flowery in my description. But
I love that though. He made it sound like when he described that bottle, I think everybody in the room just fainted. It was such a poetic, but it was personal and passionate, and it was really a shared moment.
Right. And the cool story is about the cooperage. Again, what is it about? Like when we talk about the Proof Awards, just to tie it kind of together, the bottle itself, how it's shaped, the beautiful labels, the story. I could spend an hour reading all about the bourbon I'm drinking. So again, I'm not just drinking. Like, I'm sure if you looked at my feed and you said, oh my God, that girl drinks a lot, right? Honestly, here's my secret. Yes, that looks great. My secret
I'm going to turn that around for you shortly.
My secret is my Glencairn glasses. So look at the sizes, right? That's the regular Glencairn. This is my baby Glencairn. Oh. But then there's the larger Glencairn. So this is what I usually use. Even a mini, for instance, New Riff, right? If I had to try to buy this, it would be expensive, right? But I got it in a mini. And now I would only probably even drink less than a third of this bottle for my sip. And that's it. And if I like it,
educational tasting sip.
Yeah. If I like it, maybe I'll have more. But again, it's sometimes when we're judging, it's you have to spit it out. You're not going to be able to physically imbibe all that liquor. So you're using your tongue and the senses that you have and your smell, and it's just, honestly, it's a great experience. And when you start, I've turned a lot of my friends onto this. It isn't just about drinking. It's keeping a craft alive, and getting a lot of my local bartenders to start really thinking out of the box and coming up with some of those other cocktails that we haven't seen in years. And I think we're going to start seeing those, Jennifer.
I don't think so. I know so. I've been spending time with one of my all-time favorite cocktail books. It's called Bottoms Up. I think it has 200 gin cocktails in it. I could be a little over or under.
Right.
It's a great book, and I think it's the kind of book you'll spend time with when you're sort of stuck at home, happily.
You know, there's the cocktails, and why I always talk about the 3-ingredient cocktails is because realistically at home, we're not going to have some of those unique ingredients that make up, especially tiki cocktails are hard to make at home, because there's orgeat and just some of these other, velvet falernum. I love the name of that, velvet falernum.
That sounds like a great drag name. And ladies and gentlemen, Miss Velvet Falernum.
I love that. And that
might be my drag name, actually. That's what I have to do. I have to, at this advanced age, the only way I'm going to look good when I go out at night is I have to become a drag queen.
So think about that and how tiki captured an entire group of people, right? Like when I would go to LA, and I'd always want to stay at the Beverly Hilton because it's not there anymore.
Trader Vic's.
But Trader Vic's was there. And it was like, I said to my husband, we're staying at this hotel because there's a great tiki bar in there. But it was, I was always intrigued by tiki. And I think it's that whole lifestyle. If you look at the glass I've been drinking from, look how cool that glass is. That's the artist Shag, and he's out of Palm Springs.
Yep.
And I love his stuff. But again, it's like finding what you enjoy. So again, rum to me is tiki, but gin also, but rum. And, rye and drinking Manhattans, and, my friends who have cigars. I love just listening to what goes into a cigar. And I would have looked at someone saying, I don't really smoke, so why would I want to know that? But just listening to the pairings of a cigar with whiskey is really exciting. And
I'm
then
read you
there's
something. This is like a little trivia. This bottle says, "We believe this is the finest bottle of whiskey ever produced." What popular brand says on its label, "We believe this is the finest bottle of whiskey ever produced"?
That's a good one. Can you give me a Blanton's?
You see the horse running across the screen? Maybe that was too obvious.
The horsey. Oh yeah, Blanton's. And think about, there's marketing, there's bottles, there's, you've been in some of the rooms where we've had healthy discussions on the Pappies, the Blantons, Old Forester.
This is a 93,
that's a beautiful bottle.
93 proof, bottled on March 1st, 2017, stored in the warehouse number H, letter H, on Rick number 24 from barrel number 237. I mean, I know a lot more about this whiskey than my dentist. And then my dentist is in my mouth too. And I know a hell of a lot less about my dentist than I do about this bottle.
I like that. And you know what you could do with those bottles when you're done? You could create either a beautiful light fixture for your boudoir, or you could create a candle. There's people that actually make candles out of the bottles.
So talk to me
about
the horse. And every one of these has a letter. Would you tell people about that?
Yeah, so Blanton's, I don't actually know how it came out, but they have a beautiful stave that they've created. And there's different horses and different...
The N?
The letters, so that's the N for Blanton's. So there's two N's, so there's two horses with N's. And people love to collect things, right? So there's actually major collections out there. You can look up the Blanton horses, and and in terms of collecting, I think that's unique and a cool idea, especially because of the horses in Kentucky, right? And the Kentucky Derby. Like Woodford does a beautiful painted bottle for the Derby every year. Mm-hmm. Of course, let's talk about the one everybody, I should say, but everybody loves is the birthday bourbon. So this is my 2015 birthday bourbon. It's a 12-year bourbon. And it was bottled in 2003. So think about trying to get some of this bourbon from 2003. It's not as easy now as it was, 5 or 6 years ago. This deserves to be sipped. People will say, "Oh, keep that in the cupboard till it's a special occasion." No, this deserves to be sipped. And when I have friends in town, I pour off a dram and bring it to them and let them sip it too. So.
Let's talk a little bit about the philosophy of that. In the times of uncertainty that we've experienced, the COVID, we've all lost friends. Mm-hmm. How do you justify anything other than carpe diem at the moment?
Everything on my bar or in my cabinet is meant to be sipped. So if someone asks me or says they would like to try something, that's been the camaraderie that goes along with this bourbon whiskey world. It's why people love going to the Derby. It's why people love going to all of the distilleries and doing the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. We now have Texas distilleries, right? My friends at Treaty Oak, and there's Balcones. I see some in California now. I really am trying to expand my knowledge, and this bourbon month has allowed me to do that. Now, am I going to stick with bourbon? Probably not as much, but I know I'm going to cook with it more, and I'm going to do a few other things, and I will have a bourbon. I think my husband actually likes bourbon more, and I like rye. So again, when you think of that, the flavor palettes, if I started with, believe it or not, the very first person that taught me anything was Dave Pickerel. So you can probably see why I'm a rye girl, because Whistle Pig and some of the different other things that he did. But when you get to meet and think about having the ability to sit down and talk to some of the distillers, and I've really fallen in love with Russell's Reserve. I didn't really know too much about it, and I read about Mr. Russell and how long he's been at the distillery. And then my favorite whiskey kitchen has the 13-year Russells. And, again, getting that opportunity to even just hold that bottle in my hands, I might not want to spend the $100+ to have a dram of that, but at least I can smell it and see it and know that I could sip it if I wanted to.
Why is that so expensive? I know people are asking, scratching their head. Maybe not everyone's in the business.
Well, from what I understand, it's the allocation of product, and that's what happens with Blanton's. Is it a forced allocation? Is it I don't get into the whole politics of whiskey and bourbon, but yes, I can tell you it's harder and harder to get certain things. Since 2015, when I first started on my adventure, Michter's was my very first event, and they believed in me, and they said, "Renee, we want to help you educate women," and they gave me access. I have a beautiful toasted barrel rye, which is like my favorite. You end up finding you have expensive taste without realizing it. If I'm in my cabinet, like I said, I'm going to share. So if you see something you like, I will share a dram with you.
Well, Michael Politz has an affinity for women with expensive palates. Renee Corbell-Quinn is our co-host. I'm Jennifer English. I'm your editor-at-large of both Food and Beverage Magazine and our sister publication, Proof Magazine. Renee Corbell-Quinn is one of our monthly contributors. She's a spirits expert and educator based in South Florida. She's the co-founder of Spirited South Florida. And both of us are thrilled that the publisher of both Food and Beverage Magazine and Proof Magazine, he's the author of the best-selling Food and Beverage Magazine Guide to Restaurant Success. And he's got a little face. Look at that Punim. Look at where he's going. He's taking us into the inner workings.
Look who's with me, Jennifer.
We're at the inner workings.
Hey, there she is.
Hi.
So this is Michelle Tell. She is the founder, co-founder, and she is the director of the Proof Awards. Right now, she is in the middle of the Proof Awards. Renee Corbell-Quinn and I are saying congratulations as we broadcast live for the first time the 2021 Proof Awards. Michelle, how are you? How's it going?
It's absolutely incredible. We have such an amazing amount of talented, expert buyers in this room right now. And if you could just be a fly on the wall and listen to what they have to say, it's just incredible. We just crowned our first 100-point winner, and then they just turned down another potential 100-point winner and downed it to 99. So it's very exciting what's going on here. Hundreds and hundreds of tastes in the spirit world and in the wine world right now. It's just an exciting day here in Las Vegas for the Proof Awards.
Listen, I know you can't tell us who it was, but can you give us any hint about the category that our first 100-pointer comes from?
It's a rye whiskey.
That's Renee's favorite.
I can't wait.
And we have a wine being chilled right now. We have a contender for a white bubbly to go for 100 points, and we're chilling the bottle. And just so you know, in order to get 100 points at the Proof Awards, it has to be unanimous with the entire judging group. And that's where it comes down to. If one or two people think that it's not worth 100 points, that's when the deliberation starts. And it's been very exciting. And we've seen a few people be persuaded. So it's very interesting. We're going for our first 100-point winning wine in about an hour.
Michelle, talk a little bit. I know that we've had some general numbers, about 600 different entries for this year's Proof Awards. And we're further, there's something literally for everybody, but they're from everywhere too. Would you talk a little bit about the geography of our entries this year?
It's way over 600 bottles this year. A lot domestic as always, but we've had, this is what's so interesting, Jennifer, and you've been a part of our world for the last 3 years. Every year, it's typically whiskey and flavored whiskeys that take the most entries. This year, no. Whiskey is down about 20%, and mezcals and tequilas are up 40%.
Wow.
Rounds of reposados and anejos. It's been very exciting. And not only rounds, 12 tastings in a round, but it's such an increase in tequila this year. It's been unbelievable. We had our first this year, which was very exciting. We're heading in.
And we're at the Westgate. Let's talk a little bit about where we're doing all of this. You're at the Westgate in Las Vegas. There is so much going on there right now. They really have something for everybody. Let's talk about how our swanky Proof Saloon has moved to the Westgate for these couple of days.
I cannot say enough amazing things about the Westgate. Their staff is the most impeccable staff that I've ever worked with in my life, and I have 30 years in the hotel casino industry here in Las Vegas. The property is beautiful. They just relaunched the Barry Manilow show, Benihana's. They have several restaurants here. We just got done eating our lunch at the Edge Steakhouse. It's just an incredible property. You know, there's a lot of history at this property. It was the first place Elvis performed. I believe it was the first place Barbra Streisand performed. What did he say? Mike Tyson
won his first unified tour, right?
Right.
And Leon Spinks beat Muhammad Ali here.
That's right. Leon Spinks beat Muhammad Ali here, just actually about 30 feet away from us in that ballroom. So it's just an amazing property, so rich in the history of Las Vegas.
And you can feel that history, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fun. You go down, you hear Elvis on the overhead, and you know that this is where he performed. This is where he used to sleep. Initially, it was the Las Vegas International. Hey, I'm a local Vegas girl. In 1971, I used to see the Las Vegas International sign out of my window when I used to live on the east side here in Las Vegas. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, that's so cool. Hey, Michelle, before we let you go, let's talk a little bit about some of the buyers who are in the room. Buyers representing Delta Airlines and the Delta Sky Clubs. Buyers representing Carnival Cruise Lines, which is a big connection to South Florida and where Renee is. We are literally helping put the best brands in the right hands, because not only are these judges experiencing tasting, but they're also making notes about, wow, I want to know what this is. I want to bring these things in. We have a lot of success with the Proof Awards getting product on the shelf. Would you talk a little bit about the success story?
Well, our partner, Delta Sky Clubs, took on 10 winners over the last 2 years for Proof Awards, not only spirits and wine, but also mixers. And they're all on their shelves across all Delta Sky Clubs or on their menus. I mean, that's how the Proof Award works and why we're different than any other competition. We have buyers in the room who are in here on a mission and a purpose to find the new trendy drinks, trendy spirits and wines for their restaurant, their nightclub, their resort, their liquor store. We have all types of different venues in there represented. Some incredible judges. We have Bashes out of Arizona, 150 grocery stores, AJ's Fine Foods and Wine, also here from Arizona. We have
Well, Matthew Lindsay is in the house.
Matthew Lindsay is in the house. He's our lead judge right now.
Peter Madrigal.
Of 4 amazing sommeliers, all buyers. Peter Madrigal's in the house. I'm really diving into those tequilas. Rick Moonen is in the house now, tasting with us. It's just been such an exciting
You got to
day.
get him on this before we say goodbye, because I was trying to text him to get him on. So make sure he gets over here too.
Right now, but I will pull him off so that he can talk to you. He's been amazing. He's so excited to see this.
Well, and of course, he's a James Beard nominated Pros Pro. He's the best in the business, and of course, he's the godfather of sustainable seafood, and he knows how to pair things brilliantly.
We have so many, the energy in this room and the discussion in this room over every taste has been so fascinating to listen to. Everybody just knows their stuff in there, and it's just been very exciting, very exciting. All right, let me see if I can get Rick for you guys. Thank you very much for the few minutes, and just so we know, let's talk about the trends. It's all about tequila and mezcal. It's been an amazing twist of events to have that many panels on that this year. It's been, and you know what else, Jennifer? We're up 20%. Hi, Renee. I love you, Renee. We're up 20% with gins too. So this year, we saw a 20% increase with gins. So that's
Look for this one next year. I'm actually, if you can see behind me, Michelle, I don't know if you can see it, but I am in the distillery right now to get a flavor, because we can't all be in the same room. It's too noisy. It doesn't work with the StreamYard. So we have to be in 3 separate places. So we've made this work because I'm actually in a distillery, and I'm going to have the distiller come and talk to us a little later on about how to make the best booze in the world.
I love you ladies. Have a beautiful day. Thanks for sharing this to the world. It's such a success today. So blessed to have all of these people spending 3 days flying in from across the United States. The Buddha once said, the most precious thing you can give another person is your time. And these people have given 3 days. Buddha. So you guys take care.
I thought it was Kathy Lee.
Great job, Michelle. Standing ovation.
Kathy Lee and Huda. Hold on. Let's take a peek inside the room. Jennifer, don't talk. Jennifer, don't talk. Can you hear me, Jennifer?
Yes.
There's the Lord of Wine.
Why aren't you guys here? Why aren't you drinking with us?
Matthew, I missed you.
Oh, he's not.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that
Show Jennifer, please, Jonathan.
Is that Mrs. Jennifer English?
Yeah, hi. I wish I was sitting at that table with you like I was last year.
As do I. Do you know how disappointed I am that you're not here with me right now?
I'm not as disappointed as I am.
That's the only reason why I showed up here.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm here. We're together right now, and you and I are going to talk after the actual judging this afternoon, because I have big plans for you tomorrow. We're going to do one of these together.
Sounds great.
All right, Jennifer.
What are you tasting that's knocking you out? Is there anything you've tasted that really surprised you with how delicious it was?
We early this morning, we found a Chardonnay that we unanimously loved. So it's going to be coming up for debate here in the next 20-30 minutes. It's chilling, and we're going to bring everybody to the table to try it. It's we have a pretty good feeling it's going to be a 100-point Chardonnay.
Wow. You're going to taste it again just to make sure.
Well, we're bringing everybody.
Oh, because you're going for the 100.
We're going for the 100.
Michael, I love that. Can we go back when it's 100 times?
Let's let the Lord of Wine work.
All right. Sorry, guys.
He's next to Roy Saunders, Vegas legend. There's Alice. Alice from Phoenix. Right? Okay, there's Carolyn. She doesn't know I know her name, though. Shh. Jennifer, you there?
I am. You told me to be quiet.
Well, no one can see you. Jonathan, put them back on. There's Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn from Atlanta. Bobby Brown side piece. What are we doing over here? There's Rick Moonen. Rick, say hi to Jennifer English, Rick. Say hi to Jennifer English. She couldn't get in. She's in Vancouver, but she's broadcasting live for us.
Moonen, I just texted Moonen. Tell him I sent him a link.
Okay, he's busy with this. He's very busy right now.
I can see that.
Do you know Ronnie? Say hi to Ronnie. Okay.
I love Ronnie.
Okay, we all love Ronnie.
Ronnie,
yes.
hi.
She took my friend away from me 10 years ago.
Listen, I love Ronnie.
I know we all love Ronnie. Oh, Steve Jabor.
Oh, sorry.
Television live. Oh, DJ McNally. Shh. The most interesting man in the world. Brittany Chardon. Hey, Brittany. Hey, how you doing? We miss you. We miss you, my friend. No, we don't. Why do you have to lie to people? Told you. We talked about that. You know this guy, Dr. Feo.
There's my guy. Rub his head for luck. He is the best guy I know.
What about the most handsome guy in the room? Tom Mayer. Shh. Ravshack.com. This is my new best friend, Abe. Absolutely adores me. And of course, there we have the legend himself.
Who am I looking at?
Oh, they're not showing you? Yeah, Jennifer English.
Oh, there's like 8 people on there.
Hi, Jennifer. Well, you're one of them, so there's only 7 left. All right, that's the room. All right, Jennifer, Renee, back to you guys.
Hey, listen, Michael.
No,
when the idea for the Proof Awards first came up,
yeah,
people didn't fully
Westgate
appreciate.
Resorts. Go
People
ahead.
didn't fully appreciate that this category was about to explode in popularity the way it has. You
Right.
were ahead of the curve.
Well, that's my life story, Jennifer. They don't appreciate shit, and then all of a sudden my book comes out, and everyone says, "Oh, oops," right? So this was like, let's do a competition where the buyers are the judges, so we don't have to then say, "Okay, I win something. Please help me with. There's my handout." This way, these guys, every one of these people in this room, are going to pick up something they've never had the opportunity to even taste. How amazing is that, right?
It's brilliant.
So I'm not saying I'm a brilliant genius. You can say it though. I won't disagree.
Michael, you're a brilliant genius in the world of food and beverage, hospitality, and spirits, and CPG.
You know, the other thing, let me tell you who else we have here in the house. I didn't want to share this. The greatest legend in island music in the world, Fiji. It's over there. He's tasting only the 100-point winners for us because he knows. What? You want to say hi? We're live.
So, you know, we have some island vibes.
Shh. Well, you are the only island vibe I need. All right, you guys go back to what you're doing, and I'll come back in a little while.
That sounds great. We're going to talk to our friend Margaret McSweeney next. She's here with us. She's in her test kitchen in Chicago. She's best known as the award-winning host of Kitchen Chat. She's one of my favorite people. Where she is right now, she doesn't have her camera up and running because it is verboten. But I just wanted to bring her on. Oh, there she is.
I'm here. I'm not downtown. I'm back home.
In your test kitchen.
So,
I love that. How are you?
doing great. How are you doing?
Good. I want to introduce you to my friend Renee Corbell Quinn. She's the co-founder of Spirited South Florida.
Hi.
Renee, you're muted again.
Hi,
There we go.
Margaret. Nice to meet you
So nice to meet you.
virtually.
Yes.
So, Margaret, with Kitchen Chat, you talk to some of the greatest operators, hoteliers, restaurateurs, chefs, and makers of all things. Talk to us a little bit about Kitchen Chat and how long you've been doing it, because you've talked to some of the most extraordinary living legends of the past decade.
Oh, thank you so much. It all began as a culinary journey to honor my late father, who was an incredible home chef. He passed away unexpectedly while on a business trip in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
And my biggest regret in life was not joining him in the kitchen and understanding what his joy about food was. So I began Kitchen Chat as a podcast, and it's been going 10 years, and just wonderful people. I understand what his joy was all about, and it's just a joy to be able to share that.
Talk a little bit about where you've seen our industry come over the last decade and what it tells you about which direction the arrow is pointing us into the future. Where do you think we're headed next?
Well, I like to think we're headed into positive ground. I think so much has changed, and I think You're going to see more technology, as you're well aware of, within the kitchen, a lot of ghost kitchens. It's created such a demand, too, for home chefs and their kitchens. And I think the outlook for the restaurants are great. It was just so tragic what we all experienced through the pandemic, but I feel like the outlook is positive. People have an appetite to be getting back in there, connecting. So I'm hoping that it's positive, and we'll get through this most recent detour and just get back on track.
Where do you see us going flavor-wise? Because I consider you one of the sort of flavor influencers. Not only are you an award-winning broadcaster and podcaster with Kitchen Chat, but you collaborate regularly with Chef Jamie. You've been on with us before with him, and you actually, in another dimension of your professional life, have a relationship with some of the greatest kitchen tools and appliances known to man. Would you talk a little bit about that part of your world?
Sure. It's such an honor to be a consultant with Middleby. They are the largest producers of the commercial kitchen, and they also have a great residential line, including Viking, La Cornue, Lynx, Evo, Aga, so many names that are very familiar within the luxury residential market. So it's exciting to see things that are cooking in the kitchen. I think what's exciting to see that global cuisine, it's truly an open palette now in terms of flavors you're talking about. I feel that people not being able to actually travel as much have been traveling within their kitchen and within their pantry and really sampling the spice and flavors of the world.
And one of the things Middleby has done on its commercial side is create virtual ghost kitchen, test kitchen, cloud kitchen spaces. That is booming right now. And that means we're going to have a taste of everything just about everywhere.
Absolutely. A lot is going on in and outside of the kitchen, and flavor is driving it all, for sure.
Margaret, before we let you go, you did a marvelous, marvelous interview with Ann Willen, who is one of my all-time food hero crushes. If she had her show on the air still, I would be watching every day. I watch her vintage stuff on YouTube still. I swoon because she just makes everything taste like the best French apple tart you've ever had in your whole life. She is like the expert in so many things, and she has a grace and an elegance about her that is only equaled by her generosity. Where can someone go and watch this interview you did with Ann Willen?
Oh, thank you so much. Kitchenchat.info is the website. And that way you can really access the behind the scenes. It was just such an amazing moment when she invited me into her then Santa Monica kitchen, and to see the copper pots hanging from her ceiling. She gives us a tour and talks about Chef Jacques Pepin and Julia Child. And there's even a painting you'll see that was done at La Varenne Cookery. She founded that there in Paris, and it's a beautiful painting of her and Julia as well.
Oh, wow!
Chefs, and she is truly such a giant, just the most kind giant in the culinary world, and continues to be so relevant in all that she does. And she came out with a cookbook, I believe it was last year, about women in the industry, women chefs, and she's outstanding.
Margaret McSweeney, you are an absolute pure joy. I love listening to you. I love watching you on Kitchen Chat. It can be found at kitchenchat.info. It's marvelous. And if you haven't discovered it, well, please take a moment and enrich your life experience and make your kitchen even more delicious. It's such a joy to have you here as we do the Proof Awards live. I've got to ask you before we let you go, what is your tipple? What is it that when you walk into the greatest hotel bars in the world, you order because that's your sip?
Oh, I enjoy so many sips, and I like to savor the sip. I am my go-to is bubbly, and I love champagne, and just the joyfulness because I like to celebrate this journey. I like to celebrate life, and my tagline, of course, on Kitchen Chat is to always take a moment and savor the day.
And when you toast with your favorite bubbly, what are you toasting with, and what is your favorite toast?
Well, I think I do have a favorite. Oh, there's so many, but one of them is Veuve Clicquot, as well as so many other wonderful champagnes. But I just truly to savor the day, to savor each moment, to always appreciate the here and now. You know, let's not worry too much about what's ahead. Let's just savor the day and where we are.
Well said, well said, well said. Thank you so much for joining us for the Proof Awards Live and for giving us perspective on your world. Kitchenchat.info is where you can find it. Also on YouTube, please go visit our friend Mark McSweeney and some of the finest interviewing. I don't know how she does it, but she really gets the essence of someone and brings it out and showcases it in the most magnificent way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Renee, I don't know if I know what your house toast is or your favorite toast. What do you say when you're with someone?
I think for me, I usually ask someone else to do the toast. That's my secret. But if I had to do a toast, I would really toast to togetherness and adventure. I believe that, we will do ourselves the best good by getting outside of our box, trying something new, making friends, and enjoying. So
I love that.
That would be my toast.
Well, I'm going to raise my teacup to you.
And I'm actually
going to share with you the toast that Julia Child gave me when we were together at the opening of Copia. I love that. So, le carillon de l'amitié, to the bells of friendship. May we hear the bells of friendship when we clink our glasses together.
And I'm drinking a lemonade infused with chocolate. Yes, lemonade and chocolate from my friend Steve at Java Twist.
Oh, it's a Java Twist. I've never had a Java Twist. How is that?
Okay, so it's the best part of citrus, all natural. And this one's infused. Now, my favorite's lime. Okay, lime with coffee. Lime and coffee in a drink. Yes, lime and coffee.
That's the craziest combination. Like, I would never have said.
I'm telling you, it's kick-ass. And I drank that one. So I bought one of every one so I could try them from him. So I saved this one for us today, and it's chocolate lemonade. I'm just telling you, it's so fresh, delicious, icy cold, and till I start imbibing later for my 9:30 bourbon night. I also, when you mentioned Miriam, she sent me, because she knows I love blood orange. Miriam sent me a tea called Red Sunset, and I'm going to try to come up with a cocktail, probably with Campari to go with this.
I'm going to get her on with us because she said she was going to come and visit with us. And I know she's been super busy because Tuesday is the day when she gets all her orders out.
Yes.
I'm going to send her this.
But yeah, so this is refreshing. And actually, when you guys were talking about gin, I think that's going to be for the new year, I'm going to make that my January column about the world of gin.
I love that.
From gin and juice to beyond.
All right, we send her a message. She should be joining us. And of course, every Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, you join me with a panel of experts for the future of food and hospitality on the Talk Nerdy to Me Club. And tomorrow night, we're going to be finishing up the Proof Awards. We're going to have our reveal, some of the winners that are going to be announced. And well, maybe they'll let us announce it. I don't know. Maybe they won't let us.
We'll see. We'll have to see what they let us do, but we'll hopefully get to talk to some of the people involved and during the next week or so. And on Thursday night, we wrap up 30 Days of Bourbon on the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love that.
So that's going to be fun. We're going to go through all 30 days.
Well, we're going to wrap this section of the live from experience from the Westgate in Las Vegas, Nevada, where the 2021 Proof Awards are taking place right now. The judging is going on. You could see it's a very serious pursuit. It's nothing to be taken lightly. If you won a prize or if you see the Proof Awards on a bottling that you visit in Total Wine, or if you're at the Delta Sky lounges and you see what they have on the bar, pay attention. These judges know what they're doing, and they're really good at discerning and sussing out what the really good stuff is.
They're very serious too. And again, when you judge something like this, everybody has their formula and their way of doing it, but you could hear a pin drop definitely in those rooms when they're doing it.
And I want you to keep your eyes open. This is the Copperpenny Gin Distilling Company. Well, it's the Copperpenny Distilling Company, and this is their gin. And this is the Vancouver Dry Gin, which of course is a little tongue-in-cheek because Vancouver is such a wet place like London. So it's that same kind of London dry, Vancouver dry. It's practically raining every day, but you don't mind it because it's so beautiful in Vancouver. And this is a terrific product. They're making it right behind me as we
That's exciting.
I know. It's really exciting. So until a little later on, we're going to do one more up.
Okay.
We'll talk soon. Miriam's coming to join us. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a little 5-minute break. We're going to keep going here. This is the Proof Live Awards Ceremony 2021 from the Westgate in Las Vegas. We'll be right back.
Whether you are thinking about becoming a restaurateur or you are already in the business, Michael Politz has written a must-read, The Food and Beverage Magazine's Guide to Restaurant Success. Pick up your copy today at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Books A Million, or wherever fine books are sold.
Need a push getting your emerging spirits, wine, or beverage brand into the hands of consumers? Interested in winning a double gold award? Proof Awards, the ultimate beverage competition where all judges are beverage buyers, can jumpstart your campaign. Enter the Proof Awards. It's time to get your spirits, wines, and cocktail mixers the attention they deserve. Take advantage of the Proof Awards exposure and marketing program with Food and Beverage Magazine. It's all about putting your bottle into the right hands. Your brands will be tasted and rated by judges that are all beverage buyers for bars, nightclubs, resorts, casinos, liquor stores, big box retail, and many beverage distributors from across the U.S. Enter your spirits, wine, or beverage brand today. Hundreds of categories to choose from. One simple way to sign up. Visit www.proofawards.com. That's www.proofawards.com. And follow the Enter portal into our competition. Need a push getting your emerging spirits, wine, or beverage brand into the hands of consumers? Interested in winning a double gold award? Proof Awards, the ultimate beverage competition where all judges are beverage buyers, can jumpstart your campaign. Enter the Proof Awards. It's time to get your spirits, wines, and cocktail mixers the attention they deserve. Take advantage of the Proof Awards exposure and marketing program with Food and Beverage Magazine. It's all about putting your bottle into the right hands. Your brands will be tasted and rated by judges that are all beverage buyers for bars, nightclubs, resorts, casinos, liquor stores, big box retail, and many beverage distributors from across the U.S. Enter your spirits, wine, or beverage brand today. Hundreds of categories to choose from. One simple way to sign up. Visit www.proofawards.com. That's www.proofawards.com. And follow the Enter portal into our competition.
Whether you are thinking about becoming a restaurateur or you are already in the business, Michael Politz has written a must-read, the Food and Beverage Magazine's Guide to Restaurant Success. Pick up your copy today at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Books A Million, or wherever fine books are sold.
Welcome to Proof Live, where booze brands in the right hands. On a quest for the best tipple and toast with the most exciting and respected bottlings. Competing for the 100-point Perfect Score Century Award and the double gold and a spot on the top shelf to be sipped, shaken, stirred, and celebrated. Slide up to the bar with the biggest names in the spirits game as they clink glasses with your hostess, legendary connoisseur Jennifer English, for intimate conversations, live tastings, product launches, and the happiest hour there is. Now, broadcasting live from the commodious confines of the swanky Proof Saloon, where the liquid elite meet. Here is your hostess, the Madam of Manhattans, the Duchess of Daiquiris, the Queen of Conviviality, your hostess, James Beard Award winner, Jennifer English.
Cheers, dears. Today is a very special day. It's day one of the Proof Awards 2021. Hi, everybody. I'm Jennifer English, and I'm the editor-at-large of Proof Magazine. We're here in the Copperpenny Distilling Company's distillery, where they make some of the greatest Vancouver dry gin you're ever going to have. Vancouver dry, like London dry, with a wink and a nod to a place that's usually a little bit rainy, so dry is both welcome and a little bit funny. Renee Corbell Quinn is the co-founder of Spirited South Florida, about as far away from Vancouver as you can get, both in terms of the culture and the climate. But the thing that we share is the warmth of welcoming and hospitality, the love of conviviality, and we share, in a spirited sense, the sisterhood of the sips. She is an educator. She's doing extraordinary tastings. She does so much in her marketplace called South Florida, where she joins us. Renee Corbell Quinn from Spirited South Florida. I raise my teacup to you. You're muted again, my love. We have to.
I'm getting ready for tipple time. It is
It's almost
7:30 here in South Florida.
Tipple and toast with the most. Let's talk about traditions. While the judges are working, they're in Las Vegas right now at the Spirited table, where they will taste over 600 different spirits that entered the competition for the 2021 Proof Awards. And it's something that will be in people's glasses, at their parties, in their celebrations, and in their toasting. Let's talk about the tradition, the happy hour tradition, the in success you deserve it, in defeat you need it tradition, the happy hour tradition itself, the toasting tradition of the evening tipple. And you are somebody who is really learned about so many aspects of these traditions and rituals. I wanted to turn to you and say, what do you think we lose when we stop being able to tipple and toast together?
Oh, It's kind of the camaraderie and a way that we can bond on a different level. It's not when we're at work. It's something that brings people together. No matter where you are, what status or level you are, you can kind of all come together in your favorite local bar or speakeasy, and all of that kind of washes away because it becomes about sharing, talking about the bottles, talking about the spirits, having great educators like our amazing mixologists that we have, taking us on a journey sometimes back in time to some of those, we all kind of remember the Mad Men really kind of rebooted a lot of the classic cocktails, which I was very happy for. But you watch when they go into some of those bars, or they go for their 3 martini lunches, and you think, did that really happen? And as a former banker, I can tell you, yes, that really did happen. And but
one of my
now
very favorite quotes came from James Thurber. I believe it was Thurber and not Dorothy Parker. No, maybe it was Dorothy Parker from the Algonquin Round Table. I like a dry martini, 2 at the most. 3, I'm under the table. 4, I'm under the host.
Yes, and she has her own gin now.
Dorothy Parker gin.
Yes, I haven't tried it yet, but I will. That's on my agenda. But yeah, so I think, especially now that, of course, I'm in South Florida, and we've come out of, it's almost back to what, if you could call it, normal. But people are gathering and getting together, but it's still not exactly the same as it was before, right, where'd you go out? So now what I do is, again, crafting experiences, putting together things with my friends, and we'll meet up to talk about different things. And we're getting ready for the holiday season, which I'm very excited about. I have a few charities that I work very closely with, and we're going to have an amazing boat parade. And so all of these things coming together, we're starting to think about the flavors for the holidays, which would be the figs and the fruit cakes and the deep dark chocolates and spices like cinnamon and definitely pumpkin spice. So it's really exciting to me, because as much of a season that we could have, that's what, to me, the holiday season here in South Florida is. And I'm getting ready I actually might go from that glass to that glass. These are the tools of the trade for sipping and trying different things. You definitely need to have your Glencairn glasses. And mini bottles. Oh. So I have an array when I find my favorite stuff. And if you know your proprietor at some of your bars and restaurants that have some of these really great collections, guess what you can ask them to do? You can ask them to sell you a dram. So here's a good example of if a bottle costs a lot of money, and you don't want to spend over $100, but maybe you can buy a dram and then share that during the 30 days of bourbon, like I am.
And that might only cost you $10.
Right. I mean, all different prices. And if you buy a flight, a lot of places now will serve you tastings. So for instance, if you wanted to try Old Forester and you're like, but Renee, how do I know which Old Forester I want? So I'll take them somewhere that I know has Old Forester, or actually Belle Meade, which is like one of my favorites. I could try all the Belle Meades for the price of, instead of buying a whole bottle, I can try them out and see what I like. And that might be a dram I have for a special occasion, but then I might say that's the bottle I want to have behind my bar.
And they also were very good about issuing, I don't know whether they were 375s or 500s, but they really did a lovely job with the smaller size bottle and made it acceptable.
Right. Like this brand, you can see the size of this one. It's definitely different.
Oh, wow.
It's actually, so we're starting to see,
but that's not Courage and Stone.
This is Courage and Conviction.
Gotcha.
It's out of Virginia. So again, but this is a great way. I probably never would have tried this, and I might not have found it, but I can get this. And I actually have, Jennifer, 3. So this is my perfect night. My perfect night of a tasting.
Bourbon cask, sherry cask, cuvee cask. That sounds really interesting.
Right.
Finishing is a big thing these days. And
Yeah,
our
that's a
friend
good
Joel Paglia,
topic.
we've been trying to get him to come on here today and talk about how important finishing is. Many of the things that they're tasting today in the tasting room at the Proof Awards, where they're literally right this second, just in the tasting room itself, the judges are going through that first round of over 600 samples. It really is grueling.
Mm-hmm.
I want to show you two things because I want to keep talking about rituals and traditions. When somebody has a good day or a bad day and you buy a shot for the house, or you take your friends out and you buy them something, one of the things that people really often mistakenly miss, which I think is one of the most delicious things behind any bar, it's Fernet Branca. And this is a bitter. It's been around since 1845. They make it in Italy, in Milan. And that same combination of herbs and roots has a very medicinal taste. It has a very medicinal benefit, but it's such a good curative thing. And how I like to think of this will make you literally feel better. I love Fernet Branca. Grandmothers will give a tiny taste because it's so curative. And yet it's really popular with the United States Bartenders Guild members because this is like a professional's choice. And I like the idea of the ritual of sharing a shot of something like this with people in the industry. That's always, and I'm here at the Copper Penny Distilling Company, and they have that in the tasting lounge portion of the space to share with people who come and visit them. Nice. Professionals. Our friend Sean Sewell was on the consulting team when they opened, and he said, you have to have Fernet Branca. Now, I'm going to show this to you, and I hope that it's, do you have this book?
I don't.
So this is a book
a good one
called Bottoms Up.
I think you've told me about that book.
Well, we talked about it a little while ago. Copyright 1951 by Ted Saucier.
Okay.
And one of the things that this book has that I think is so marvelous, and the thing that makes it prized by collectors, is that interspersed with the drinks recipes and some of the other information are these marvelous, marvelous artist images of pinup girls literally from another time and place where they are in relationship to things like, glasses and wine and spirits and cocktails. And so here's the kind of thing.
Beautiful.
It's got a very Playboy magazine era, right? But the thing the reason I wanted to share this book with you is because I wanted to ask you about something like this. This is glassware. It's like one of the forgotten arts when setting up a bar, a public house, or a saloon. And in this particular image, it literally gives you what shape and size every kind of glass you would need to open a bar or public house. And I just found that so fascinating, and it's really worth exploring as far as I'm concerned. And then in the cocktail recipe section, I want to take you to this page here. This literally are the gin cocktails. There's like almost 2 full pages of gin cocktails. To me, when you start looking at, and it does actually continue on the next page, and so it really would be 2 pages of rum cocktails, everything from something called the Zombie, which we all know, to a Wonder Bar. Have you ever had a Wonder Bar cocktail? They have a 21 Club cocktail. They have the
21 Club
Bloom Chaser. And so we'll turn to page 240 for the 21 Club. Do you know the story of the 21 Club?
I did a little
By the way,
history
look at
on
how
that. Yeah.
fantastic that picture is.
Oh my gosh.
That's the kind of artwork they would have had actually at some place like 21.
So is that a book that I probably have to find secondhand, do you think?
Yeah, it's a wonderful book and worth finding. I don't know if they've
Yeah, I'll
reprinted. I don't
definitely.
know if Mud Puddle Books redid this one
I'm gonna
as
have to look for that. I've been looking to do like cocktail napkins for my curations, and I was looking at old books and different images from the 1920s, 30s, 40s. So I've been looking to be able to recreate those by getting the approval, from the artists. But I found that I just like Pan Am, I'm going to do an entire cocktail menu out of the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. So I'm going to show each era and what they had on the airplane and what were the cocktails. And I'm actually working with former stewardesses. And
I love
pilots.
that. Renee Corbell Quinn is here with us on the Proof Awards live in Las Vegas, Nevada, taking place right now in the other room. We're still waiting for Miriam Noval to join us on the StreamYard link. I hope she can join us soon.
I can.
Oh, you know what? I need you to go on your computer and link in via StreamYard because it's the camera and the audio.
Great. Well, I'm now looking for your email that you sent.
I send it as a text, my darling.
How can I do it on my computer?
I'll send it to your email right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready.
I love Miriam. So I'm going to ask you, this is the 21 Club cocktail, and I laughed. It's 4 parts 21 Club special whiskey, spelled WHISKY. So I wonder what kind of whiskey that is without the E. You can tell us.
Special.
1 part Tribuno sweet vermouth and ice. Stir well and pour into cocktail glass. Squeeze orange peel over the top for the oil. But then when I was
kind of
looking at
cocktail.
this, you know what else is on the same page? The Trader Vic cocktail by Trader Vic. Trader Vic's Trading Post, Oakland, California, when it was still there. 1.5 ounces of Siegert's Bouquet, juice of half a lime, 1 teaspoon sugar. Squeeze lime into shaker, add ice, rum, and sugar. Shake and strain into chilled cocktail glass.
Perfection. Simple. Just a few
As
ingredients.
simple as it gets. But you were talking earlier about staying at a hotel. Was it the Beverly Hilton? Just
Beverly Hilton. Just because of Trader
had the last Trader Vic's. Talk a little bit about your favorite ritual in the cocktail hour.
Let's see. I think with a ritual, for me, it's when I have a group, we're going to talk about the cocktail and the story behind it. And cocktail story is actually one of the things that I am working on as a way to educate people about cocktails, telling the stories behind the cocktails. But so for me, it's about first the bottle and like I said before, reading it and understanding everything that's in it. As you know, there's so much information on the bottle. And then picking out the proper glassware, the ice, what cocktail am I going to make with it? And sipping that spirit. I always want to sip the spirit. And most bartenders, if they're making you a cocktail, you can ask them, could I have a little sip of the spirit? And that's so important when you're drinking a cocktail, to not lose that sense of the spirit. You can sometimes get too many ingredients and you end up not really tasting the spirit. And that's probably why I don't like vodka, because I do want to taste the spirit, and the elements of the spirit. With the juniper, especially in a gin, that's going to really bring that to life. And when you're sipping and smelling. So for me, the whole ritual is immersing myself in the cocktail, having a unique glass. I love garnish. I love a bartender that does some kind of sexy ribbon or some garnish to go with that cocktail. And then sipping it and talking about it. It's really more about it. That's what, for me, what drinking a cocktail or having a cocktail is. And it's because it's how I learned how to make a cocktail. And I always wanted to be old enough to drink the cocktails that my dad was drinking.
I love that. Miriam Novell is an artist
Hi,
who
Miriam.
trained at the Lorenzo de' Medici in Florence, Italy. She has an impeccable palette. She has an incredible nose. She has an extraordinary encyclopedic knowledge of tea. And she joins us to talk about tradition, rituals, trends, and why your next favorite cocktail might just have some Camellia sinensis in it. Miriam, welcome.
Thank you. Oh my God, what a day. I'm here. I can't believe it. It's so fabulous.
Look at how gorgeous you are. It's so great to see you, and I love your smiling face. Talk a little bit about how you got into tea and cocktails.
Wow. Let's see. Do we have 3 or 4 hours? How much time do we have?
As much as you want.
Well, first of all, let's start with I'm a perfumer by trade. I went to school as a nose. So I have always played in the world of smells and created fragrances. I worked on many well-known and owned fragrance companies. So I've had the honor of the pleasure of blending, creating imaginative thoughts that come to your head and then make it into a smell. And in 1990, my sister proceeded to tell me that she was about to marry an Englishman. So I said, okay, it was a Lorenzo de' Medici painting. I took off a break and started painting, and I brought my daughter to the international school up on the hill in Florence. So we took a trip to England. We were in Liverpool and met my sisters, about to be mother and father-in-law. And they served afternoon tea. I loved everything about it. It was so sensational. I mean, it was done in such a proper, a way. She was marrying into a very, as they say, upper family. So it was done with this woman that came in with a crisp black, dress and a white little apron and a white little thing in her head. And they served afternoon tea. And I thought everything was great, except the tea tastes like wash water. So I said to my sister's new mother-in-law to be, I don't get it. I thought the English was all about tea. And she said, well, I heard you're such an entrepreneur, but you could make a good cup of tea. And that's exactly what I did. In 1990, I put my nose in the tea world and realized that it was so much fun blending and creating. So I built a 5,000 square foot restaurant in Soho, New York. Yes, crazy. I mean, it could have been 300 square feet, 400, 500. No, 5,000 square feet below the Guggenheim that was being built in the middle of Soho.
Wow.
Built a 40-foot bar, 20-foot sushi bar, and a whole room of 257 seats that you could sit and have lunch, brunch, sushi, and tea.
Wow.
And so I realized then that tea has so many amazing ways of playing with the palate. So at 4 o'clock, we had afternoon tea time, and Miriam started creating martinis. So I would mix all these cocktails at the bar, creating tea cocktails every day and making tea desserts and Earl Grey chocolate cake and Earl Grey gelatos and chicken done with chai. And it was just so much fun. And tea is such an ancient element that it's so ancient, so old, like making gin or bourbon or making any of these fabulous, liqueurs and drinks. Tea has that ancestral thing. So when you're mixing them, you're really working with history, and it's lovely to work with, and it has a great sensibility. So my teas are very fragrant, if you can imagine. As a perfumer, bergamot makes Italian lemon, also makes men's fragrances.
Right.
So for me, it was an easy transition to go in and out. I'm going to take you with me because I'm filling up my tub.
Oh, we have to undo the tub.
Oh, that's right. Tea.
I'm
Tea
filling
in your tub.
I'm filling up my tub, so I need to turn it off so we don't have an overflow here. Hold on. Oh, good thing. Just in time. Woo, woo.
Oh, I love that.
Woo!
Yeah, we walked with you through this art-filled space that you call home, and it looked like, is that a portrait of you done by Andy Warhol?
Yes. This is my entrance.
Wow.
I did, this is Hung Lu. She's having a show at the Washington, D.C. Retrospective. She just passed. This is a painting done by Herb Alpert, my ex-partner.
Wow.
This is a painting I did in the 80s.
I love it.
This is an 1880s silkscreen of a kimono I picked up in Japan about 20 years ago.
Wow.
And that's a fast moment of a second of my house.
When you were talking before and you were talking about flavors and aromas, I thought of you as a painter and an artist, and I wonder, what's the relationship between color and flavor?
Oh, please. Color is part of the whole thing. I mean, the whole way of playing with tea, to me, first of all, tea. There's only 5 different places or 6 different places in the world. All tea was once a tree. All tea is picked every 7 days, now a bush. All tea starts green. So when you see tea, it is green. Then when you heat it, ferment it, wither and roll it, a certain amount of period of time, you get black teas by heating it for 15 to 18 minutes. Oolongs, 12 minutes. Green teas, 10 to 7. White teas, 8 minutes of heating the leaves. So you already have a color palette just at the basis of itself. And then if you add on like I do, I add herbs and flowers and bark and ginger and, you know, name a spice, name a flavor. There's nothing I won't play with. And then play with that over ice and then add the element of tequila or vodka or Prosecco or any of those. You have magic.
Wow. Miriam, you
I
are
have a
famous.
band.
Yay! So I do think that as an artist as we all are, we're all artists on this camera right now. We are in different formats, in different ways. You, Jennifer, have the art of the English language. I mean, I've never met a human being that floats through words and time and space and puts it all together, and you can't stop listening. To me, that's an art. It's an art. And so to me, everybody here, you know, we have chosen our, you know, our space and time of what works. And then the world gets to taste it and share it with all of us.
Yep.
So
I want to ask you both about tea cocktails. Miriam, you were making tea cocktails and working in collaboration with some of the earliest pioneers in the craft cocktail space. Talk a little bit about how you got involved with that.
Well, you know, it was interesting. I will admit, I'll tell you 2 people that kind of kicked me off into it. I'm going to name drop. So one of the guys who came into my space when I first opened in the tea salon in Soho was this man walks in. I recognized him and he goes, "Listen, I'm doing a show around the corner, a circle in the square, and I'm going to invite people every night after the show, except for Monday nights is the curtains are closed." And he said, "I would love you to, you know, entertain and make a cocktail for my guest." And I said, "Okay, great." He hands me a Black American Express card. It's Lawrence Fishburne. So every night, 50, 10, 20, 75 people would appear, you know,
And these were just his guests.
His guests seeing the show. After a circle in the square, he'd go, "Okay, everybody, anybody ready to have a cocktail with me?" And every night I'd have to come up with a concoction that all of his guests would go, "Whoa, what's that?" You know? So I would play at the bar and I take notes because, you know, who remembers what we do anymore when we do
Well,
it?
and you don't want to have the same drink twice.
No, absolutely not. You know, and so and Lawrence was my first guy, and not only that, he had his birthday party at the tea salon, and I introduced him to his wife to be.
Wow.
That's exciting.
Well, I raise my cup to you.
And
Good.
Miriam, I channeled you because I was asked to do a martini. You can see that. A martini for the United Way, Tocqueville members and Women United. They said, could you do a little happy hour for us? One of the things I do for charities. And I wanted to be healthy. So they wanted vodka. So I said, oh, I don't like vodka, but let's do a tea infused. So this Tito's became a beautifully dark tea infused vodka.
What
we
did you
provided? We took the vodka, we sous vide, and we used dark teas. My partner in crime and cocktails is Bootleg Greg, and he took some spices and the tea from the black tea and English breakfast and created these beautiful, so everybody got a kit with their vodka, and we infused Florida honey with fresh lemon. So again, we try to make it easy for them. So they got their tea, their Tito's.
Wow.
Their honey. And then we gave them a dehydrated lemon wheel. We also had something new, something very interesting that I found. Fee Brothers makes these little drops that you can give just a little foam. I always love to do something a little different to shake it up.
Wow.
And of course, I'm in Fort Lauderdale, so this is
Oh, wow. Look at that glass.
my martini glass.
Wow.
Oh, you got that in Dale. What's the name of that area near Fort Lauderdale that's all antique stores?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
So again, so you could take something as easy as a half-hour spot to talk about the art of the craft cocktail. Again, you could tell I love Bewitched, so my cocktail menu card I made for everybody.
Wow.
So male or female, it's a lot of fun. That's just some of the stuff that I do. And I just wanted you to know, Miriam, that I channeled you because you picked this tea out for me when we had a conversation a few months ago. And you took the time to listen to what I told you I liked and send me the perfect tea. So thank you.
Wow. I love it.
And that's collaboration. That's why we do what we do.
No,
and
that's why it's called Amazing Women.
I could take the same honey and lemon and tonight take my I Love Rye. I don't know if you've seen this.
Oh.
Immortal rye made with tea.
Wait a second. Somebody's bottling rye with tea now?
Yes.
Wow.
I will send you some.
I'd love it.
So that's going to be, since you know I don't like vodka.
You need to try that.
So anyway, I'll let you get back to that. But I'm so inspired. And when we hear stories, and some of the rituals are storytelling and reliving things that we did as from when we were young. And I think that's such an important part that we can pass on. I'm trying to pass it on to my 25-year-old, niece and nephews who, they drinking to them now is ready to drink, which there's nothing wrong with that. But I want them to experience what I experience. And, so that's my mission, is to curate and educate. And I see things ahead for us, Miriam, because there's so much going to happen here in the next few months. And as we break into the new year, I think tea has its time. Gin and tea.
By the way, Miriam, don't you have family in Florida?
I do. I'm just about to do the tea program for Broken Sound.
Great. And I'm very close to you, so I know where Broken Sound is in Boca Raton.
My sister lives in Broken Sound. She introduced me to the beverage. We're doing tea cocktail hours at Broken Sound in their 3 restaurants. I'm doing something right across the street. I'm also the tea lady for Dr. Smood all over Florida.
That's great. Yes. You
Yeah.
introduced me to them, and I hooked up. Like I found out where they are, but it's yes, and so martini has a whole nother meaning now, and high tea and having tea in the afternoon. We can bring so much more to that.
Oh, we got to do a high tea funny moment.
Let's do it.
Miriam,
Jennifer, you'll have to come to Florida.
I absolutely have to come to Florida.
To go to the Natural Food Expo. I set up a table and an acrylic stand that surrounds me. And one of my few customers is a beautiful young couple from Turks and Caicos. So I said, oh my God, I'd love to have my tea there. Funny enough, I said, my daughter is going there tomorrow morning at 5:30 for a wedding reception. So I just left my warehouse upstate, drove down to the city just now. This all happened in the last 3 hours. And delivered tea to my daughter, who's going to deliver it to Turks and Caicos tomorrow.
That's
and
amazing.
It's all high tea. High tea has definitely being a grower of hemp and watching in the last 11 years of me doing CBD. It is extraordinary what's going on in the cocktail world, the chocolate world, the goodies of what you can do with great cocktails and CBD and blends. And I'm really fascinated by the concoctions that people have come up with. I'm talking to a vodka company. I'm talking to guys that wants to bottle it in different. It's just crazy. I mean, I'm loving the opportunities that when you're open, you're ready, you let the universe in, and anything can happen. So
exactly.
Yep.
So I'm excited. So I look forward to catching up with you when you come to Florida.
Yes, it's funny you should say that. My sister just gave me her calendar, like when I can come to Boca.
Well, we can do something fun.
Yes,
There's so many cool places that we have in Boca, right near where you're going to be. I have handfuls of places in Delray Beach.
Okay, well, I'm totally ready and open, and wherever I go, I always come with a goodie bag filled with tea and tea ideas and tea samples. I'm in the Death and Company is a great cocktail recipe book. And I'm in his source and many tea cocktails in his fabulous book, Death and Company. So they're amazing. You could see it in the back of the book. You could see the cocktails, tea cocktails. Miriam Noval, thank you for your inspiration. Thank you for creating all these masterful cocktails with tea. So if you ever see a copy of it, it's on Amazon and in their Amazon stores. I was in one the other day in Union Square, and they're in their stores. Amazon has stores now that you can walk in and order. So thank you for having me. Do we lose each other? Are we there? I'm the only one alive and everyone's frozen. I love it. No problem. It's great. And I thank you all for having me on and sharing my passion. And anyone has any questions, they're welcome to email me at tsalonsales@gmail.com. You're welcome to look at my website to get inspiration at tsalon.com, the letter T, SALON.com, or hightea.today. Ask me questions about hemp, and thank you so much for having me. Hemp and tea. Anything else, Jennifer?
Something. There we go.
There we
got
go.
It all worked out. Miriam, you had these cocktails in the Death and Company book.
Yes.
The really pioneering early practitioners of craft cocktails.
Absolutely.
Talk to us a little bit about those drinks and where they live today.
Well, I'll tell you where they live. Brian Miller, who was the gentleman who put the book together. I think that's his name. Forgive me, Brian, if I'm saying it wrong. He lives, he's a consultant to hotels.
Right.
He goes and travels He goes and travels to different hotels. He spends a period of time. He trains the bartenders. He creates the menu. He creates the palette. So the last I saw him, and he was in the Peninsula in New York City doing tea cocktails. And he's always floating through time. Next week, we're retraining the staff at the Park Hyatt on 57th Street. And and I just did a tea cocktail party at the Refinery Hotel just a few days ago.
I love that.
We did a pop-in. People popped in. I did a pop-up, and it was fun. And it's always interesting who stops by.
Miriam, I want to show you something.
Wow, where are you? You're at a refinery?
I'm in a distilling company. I am at Copper Penny Distilling. I'm going to step inside again and let you take a look. Those are the distilling tanks. What do you think about that? What would you put of your tea line in these tanks? What would happen if we tried to distill tea?
I don't know. I'm ready.
I don't know. I'm ready. Now, I have another little surprise for you. You and I, do you know what this is?
I don't.
You don't remember ever going to a restaurant and having a poo-poo platter?
Of course.
And this was the little hibachi. You'd put the sterno on the inside. This is a real, I actually have a little piece of wood in here on the inside. You put the wood inside. You can use wood or you could use sterno, and you literally can create a little cooking surface. Do you remember? And they had the sticks and
of course.
Oh my God. I think we need to do stuff like this at home.
Okay.
I want to inspire you to come up with some things.
Oh.
I want you to reach into the Wayback Machine. I want you to take me to Carl's Pagoda, to East Coast Seafood, to the Dragon and the Phoenix. I want you to take me places that we've forgotten we used to love. I was inspired by Andrew Zimmern at the Food Wine Magazine Classic at Aspen. He talked about how many restaurants we lost during COVID.
Oh, please.
And he said, what happens to the food that we loved from the places we loved that then close? And he used the fabulous Luchow as an example.
Oh my God.
How was their schnitzel?
There's so many places that closed.
He taught us how to make schnitzel in the Luchow style.
Yep.
He said the way we keep those traditions alive is to actually cook that food. How can we keep your tea cocktail tradition alive as it existed at the tea salon or at Death and Company?
Well, I think that we need to do a weekly show, and I think it needs to be tea time or it needs to be evening time. I think if Ed Sullivan could have a show of having the Beatles on, we can have a show having cocktail time.
Okay.
That's what we need to do. We need to have cocktail time. Let's sit back. It was a long day. Let's inspire. Let's create. Let's let our imagination roll. And let's see what we can all play with and make happen.
Now, if I say afternoon tea, is that too literal? Is that too locked into the tradition?
Too locked in. We have to get creative and give a new title to it.
So in the tradition of afternoon tea at the grand hotels around the world, what is the new future of afternoon tea going to be called?
I have to think about that. I like the question because you always ask the most amazing questions. I just love this woman.
I'd love to bring the word tipple back so we could do something like tipple and tea or create something unique.
I think we need to think about it. I think it's too juicy of a question. Yes. Juicy questions.
Very juicy.
It's a juicy question, and I think it needs a little processing, and I think it should be held in space and time. And when you think of something this amazing, I don't think it should be just free floated out like a Frisbee.
Well, I like the idea of it happening in the afternoon. So what is that period of time between 3 and 6 o'clock?
No, I think it should be
Happy hour is all spirits. Afternoon tea is all Camellia sinensis and
no, it
stuff.
doesn't have to be Camellia sinensis. It's like if you're talking tea and cocktails, and I think it should be a mixture of both. And
Okay.
we're going to both heaven and earth. You know, I think that's really important. You got the heavens, you got the earth, and you got a cocktail glass. And so you got the earth with the teas, you got heaven with ideas, and you got the cocktail glass that gives you the inspiration. So I think we got both heaven and earth and a cocktail glass. Oh, I love that. Heaven and earth and a cocktail glass.
I love that.
Yeah, there you go, you know.
Miriam Novell from hightea.today. Please come back whenever you can. And I want to ask you one last question.
Uh-oh. She's always got a woozer.
At the Westgate in Las Vegas, Nevada, right this second, the judges are tasting over 600 entries in this year's Proof Awards. They're an indication of who's doing the very best in the world right now.
Oh, I'm not there.
You can come with us next year.
Yay! I'm in.
Yes, we'll be
So
live
here's my
next
question.
year.
So here's my real question. What are the trends in flavors right now that you expect to see coming out of an event like this and on menus in the next weeks and months to come?
I think the trends are going to be a cross-section of healing and the arts and taste. I think we've just come out of a year and a half to 2 years of a horrific it's so amazing.
Momentous.
Talking and breathing and living and creating. And I now know that foods are going to not only be about foods, but how do they heal the heart and your being. So it's not just anymore about eating. It's about eating and healing. Yeah. So I think that I watched it, Natural Expo. There was so much going on about taste, delicious, creating. How do you get zinc? I mean, Lori Bigelow just launched a tea with zinc in it. You know, I mean, everyone's trying to think how to filter in delicious.
The adaptogens, the nutraceuticals, ashwagandha. Everybody's ashwagandhaing.
You got it. And
but 5 years ago, when we'd go to the shows, we'd go to Fancy Food or we'd go to the tea show, we'd go to the liquor industry events, Renee, people would come back and say, oh, it's all going to be pumpkin this season, or it's all going to be lime or honey or lavender. Yeah. We used to think in those very sort of linear traditional terms about what a fashion was going to be at that moment.
I don't think so. I think it's now about the healing the hearts, the soul. Our soul has been ripped apart.
Yeah.
I think our minds have been split into half. I think our imagination and survival was really fast forward. Like, how are we going to survive this? How are we going to live through this? And I think that we've lived through it. We're on this. We're here to talk about it. And how do we take care of ourselves while eating soulfully, mindful. I think it's about eating with a mindfulness around us and having a bodhisattva heart. I think we need to do that.
Well, with that, my beautiful friend, I'm going to raise my cup and say thank you.
Yay! I raise my smile to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. And as we wrap up our 2021 coverage live from the Proof Awards, we're going to do one more check-in with the team in Las Vegas to see if they're still judging. Renee, do you have one last bourbon moment that you're going to share with us as we creep towards the end of Bourbon Heritage Month? Can you hear me?
Yes. I will do a little bourbon tease. Hey, that's a good word. Tease. Yes, I should be there. Can you hear me okay? I'm on my mic.
Yes.
Can you hear me, Jennifer?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So So I'm going to take us into day 28 of the 30 days of bourbon. And I think it deserves a special bourbon tonight. So I am going to go into my magic box of minis and pull out something that is a Four Roses bourbon. And this is
for
the
Laura Badish.
OBSF Four Roses bourbon.
Wow.
So that will be, and perfect. I think Four Roses has a great elements that can also go with a tea. I love whiskey infused. If you think of a sour, you can make a great tea infused whiskey sour, Miriam. So I think that sunset would go perfect, or in a spritz,
Perfect.
like
Mandarin
an Aperol
orange,
or
hibiscus. I got it.
Mm-hmm. And then a element so that if you don't want to burn your house down at home, my husband always jokes, instead of a smoker, get a smoked infused tea. So like a hibiscus flower, and you can smoke it and make a little serum. And just like I have the little dropper here, you can have some infusions to add into your tea, and it can change any cocktail. And I think by serving it on a platter with different options, everybody can take the same ingredients but make their own version of their martini. So a whiskey teeny. So that's my
Michael
finale
Pullitz needs
tonight.
to pick me up.
Where is he?
No, I'm doing live.
Michael
Hi,
Pullitz is
Michael.
live at the Westgate in Las Vegas, Nevada at the 2021 Proof Awards.
Don't make the picture just on me, Jonathan. I've got Ken Heck, very famous Las Vegan. In the
Hi.
restaurant.
Everybody.
He actually.
How are you tonight?
Yeah,
Welcome to the 2021 Proof Awards live.
That's Jennifer English.
Hi, Jennifer.
I don't know who that is. I can't see.
I can't see it.
I can't either. Jennifer.
Let's do two at a time, Jonathan. Let's try and we'll rotate everybody in. Everybody's got questions. Let's go to a two shot. So there they can go.
So that's Ken. Hi to Ken, Jennifer.
Hey, Ken, how are you?
What can I do for you?
Jennifer's our quote.
Tell us about your experience judging this year's Proof Awards.
So it's been really interesting. You get these amazing flights of like a massive amount of diversity. So even like within your rums or within your bourbons, it's all over the board from what the flavor is and what the intent is supposed to be. But what's really nice is that you get to just taste your vodkas together. You get to taste your gin side by side. So at least it's a fair comparison. It's apples to apples, and that's nice.
Ken, talk to me about the things that you tasted today that really surprised you with their quality, with their...
Oh, I said one question for Ken. Now you're going for two.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll answer.
Okay, he's going to answer. He's going to answer, Jennifer.
Ken.
I don't mind answering. Okay, so what surprised me was rye. Rye is typically something that, it's not as popular as bourbon or whiskey or scotch, but lately rye has been making a comeback, and there was a lot of rye entries, and they were really high alcohol by volume, and that's typically really hot and spicy, but it was delicious, and there was a lot of really well-rounded rye. So it's nice to see that this is a new part of the industry, and it's well represented at the Proof Awards.
Well, last question. What was the best thing you tasted today?
I know. See what I'm saying? Just push it.
Best thing I tasted today. Well, it's either
Look
one
at
of
that handsome guy.
Yeah,
do a
look at him.
one-shot.
He is handsome.
They do a one shot.
They were showing you.
I know they were showing you. Go ahead. Best thing. He doesn't know what the best thing he tasted.
There were two really great things. One was a rye, and one was a bourbon. So yeah, I had one bourbon that was just fantastic, and then there was also, we did have a 100. We have a
Whiskey?
Century Award. It's a Texas whiskey, and
Wow.
that was amazing. Yeah, but that wasn't one of my tastes. It was something that someone else tasted. I did get to have a little sip of it, and it was really great. So there were really three things: two that came through my panels, and one that someone else brought forward.
What do you think, Jennifer? Where's your two shot? There we go. All right, say thank you, Ken. Let me go back to what he's doing.
Bye, guys.
All right, Jennifer.
Bye,
I'm gonna
Ken.
keep
Thank you.
rolling.
Michael
You know,
Politz,
Jennifer, as your
you've got
correspondent
Miriam
on the floor,
Novell.
doing your job because you couldn't be here.
What's that?
What? As I'm here doing your job because you couldn't be here. Oh, look, TJ McNally. Look at that from Boyd Gaming. Hi, TJ.
What's happening?
Hey, TJ McNally from Boyd. How's everything going? Good to see you again, man. I miss you this year.
I know. You're not here.
I'm here.
It's not the same.
Thank you. That's what I said.
Hey, what's the best thing you tasted today?
I would have to say some of the rye whiskeys.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, we had some good ones. Good balancing. Yeah.
And what was the biggest surprise today?
That Jennifer wasn't here.
Yeah, that you're not here. I was shocked.
All right, he's got to do a taste.
Go back.
All right, sorry.
One question per judge, Jen. One question per judge.
Okay.
Who do I got? Who do I got? Jennifer, I'm going to give you a
Where's
surprise.
Moonin?
Listen, Jen. I'm going to bring here's your next interview. You ready?
Yep.
You get one question. One question. Because this guy, so famous, so handsome, and so busy. Here he is, the Lord of Wine.
You're not talking about Roy? Well,
can you hear her? Is she talking?
Matt Lindsay, how are you?
Hi.
If we're not careful, Michael's going to say that's my one question. What is the one best thing you had today?
I'm going to have to say the company that I'm with, the judges.
Oh, I love that.
It's been great. Last year I had the privilege and the honor of sitting with you. And this year you're kind of missing out, this panel of judges here.
Hello, friends.
They are all lovely people, but the talent that they bring to this table is bar none. And so for me to be sitting next to them is a privilege.
I love that. You had a great day, didn't you?
He doesn't have to suck in his cheeks. I love that about him.
Because I got it all sucked out.
I know. It's surgery. It looks great.
Good to see you, love.
Good to see you too, man. Have fun. Hey, Michael Politz. So, Michelle, give us a clue. How did today go? How did day one go?
Well, we're not done today. I'm really not supposed to be in this room, Jennifer.
Okay.
We're on our third round of ready to drinks. Definitely the third largest category of proof this year. So many interesting. Right now they're tasting a half Bloody Mary, half Greyhound. So the ready to drink categories are getting so interesting, and they're fusing and doing different kinds of cocktails. I have to go pop on over and drop off some paperwork. I just wanted to say hi. But the ready
So, Michelle, we're doing, and just let's tell people tomorrow, day 2, unmasked.
Unmasked, the same. We will have 8 rows of every bottle that's in this competition. The judges get to look at the bottle, see the ingredient, know the price point, see the bottle shape, because that's one of the things that the judges said last year. Michelle, we really need to see the bottle shape so that we know it can fit on our shelves, fit on our tabletops, whatever they do. So excited. And that's something that the judges asked for. They asked for the unmasked experience, and we're giving it to them because after all, they're all buyers. They look for different things. They look for price point. They look for bottle shape. They look for appeal on the outside with the label. And of course, they look for a top level juice. Anyway, Jennifer and Renee, thank you so much.
We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the Proof Awards 2020.
Be back tomorrow?
Let's just go see Rick Moonin.
No, Rick left.
Oh.
Rick Moonin left. Chef Rick Moonin, he left. All right, go, Jennifer. I got to go back to the action. You've been on for 4 hours?
Almost 4.5.
Jennifer, oh my God. Where's Renee? Her too?
She's with us.
You guys are fantastic. All right, let me go back, make sure everything's rolling properly. And
Renee, Jonathan, can you pull Renee and Miriam back up so we can do a proper send-off? So here we are at the end of day 1, 2021 Proof Awards. There he is. Wait, we can't leave yet. Rick Moonin, the godfather of sustainable seafood. You meet my friends Miriam Novell. She is the proprietress of High Tea Today. And Miriam, you have got to send some tea to my beautiful friend Rick Moonin and his fantastic wife Ronnie.
Hey.
It'd be my pleasure and honor.
Well, thank you so
Now,
much.
you would have been in New York City, my darlings, at the same time at the highest echelon of the hospitality industry. I bet Rick Moonen even maybe made a visit or two to the tea salon in Soho. Why don't you kibitz? And I also want you to meet my beautiful friend, Renee Corbell Quinn from spirited South Florida. And Rick, I know that you can't talk seafood without talking about Florida, and we're going to tie everything all together.
Yeah, absolutely. Love Florida. Love it. Where in South Florida are you?
She's in Fort Lauderdale.
Is she frozen?
Can you hear me?
Fort
Yeah, no, we
Lauderdale.
can hear you. I think maybe Renee's got a
Right
little.
on the beach.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Are you frozen, love?
I can.
I want you to meet Rick Moonen.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, so Jonathan, let's go to the 3-shot while we sort things out. So how was the judging today? Thank you for doing that.
Oh, I loved it. It was fantastic. It was good to see Michael. It's been a long time. You know, it seems like years. And the categories were interesting. You know, I came in on the very beginning, which was we were judging for the 100-point category, which was great. We sat down and we went through some brown liqueurs. Some of them sweeter than others, and the weird ones, the ones that you think are going to be weird, showed well. And so I'm really curious to see what we tasted. So I'm probably going to come back tomorrow.
Oh, you got to.
Yeah.
What's your, Renee asks a great question about what's your tipple? What is it you order when you walk into a place, when you walk into the great hotels around the world, you're entertaining guests or clients or friends? What's your tipple?
That's so funny. I'm kind of seasonal. Like this time of year, I'm big on agave-based spirits. So I like tequila and mezcal. So that I will probably start something off in that category. Weathers are cooler. I mean, and there's gin. I can drink gin any time of year. Before I'm out. Yeah. Hello. Thank you very much. I'm a Negroni dude. And I also love to have Manhattans, so, it doesn't matter to me. Well, depending on the evening, I could either go for something a little spicier, a nice rye, or beautiful bourbon. So that's pretty much it. I mean, vodka any day, of course, but I'm a chef, so I base things on flavor and complexity and balance and all the components. And I want bitter, and I want the bitter from the wood, but I don't want it to be overpowering and taking away the longevity of the entire overall experience. I mean, the first thing that I sipped was 120 proof today.
Wow.
I don't know if you can tell. I think it made my beard grow. Sorry.
Wow, it must have made your beard grow. What's the best thing you tasted today?
The most surprising one was a brown liqueur, and I'm calling it a liqueur because it was very sweet. But it reminded me of do you know what sortilege is? Sortilege.
No.
It's a Canadian liqueur that's made with maple syrup. It had almost that mouthfeel. It had a nutty finish to it, like a Nutella finish. It had a really nice balance. It was like it could be a lot of vanilla, like Tawaka. So it was like you took Tawaka, Nutella, Frangelica, and combined it all in a perfect manner, and made this liqueur. And it was described as a root beer flavored spirit.
Wow.
And when you read root beer flavored spirit, you're like, really?
Right.
I got to taste this. And it turned out to be just really, really well integrated. So I'd like to know what that was. I mean, I guess I could look it up, and how many things are in the root beer category on our. But do you know root? ROOT, root. Yeah. It's a lot of botanicals in root, right. and I think some of it is sassafras, which gives it a root beer-esque nuance to it. And this again had a layer of that as well. So it was beautiful.
Rick, you and I talked briefly last week when you were in Mexico for a big food and wine festival with some of our other favorite people around Sanchez and some other chefs. Take us back there. How was that event?
It was the first time that they had done this at this location. I was at the Royalton Chic Suites in Cancun. Beautiful property, gorgeous beach, wonderful people. I had to do a dinner. I shared it with Bernard Guyas, who was from the Marine Room in La Jolla. And now he's living in Moab. He just had a baby. And it was such a great time. I made so many good friends. I didn't know, Dean Max that well, but hanging out with him all week. What a sweetheart of a chef and a man. I don't know how well you know him, but,
I know Dean very well.
Sweetheart, and his girlfriend, de jour, was beautiful and wonderful. And what are you going to do? We drank too much mezcal. Got home Sunday. I was a little bit beat up, but it's Tuesday and I'm back.
Love mezcal.
So do I.
Love mezcal. Try that with a lapsang souchong tea.
Yeah, okay. Smoky, yeah.
You got a smoky tea. You have a smoky mezcal, and then add a twist of a mandarin orange. It's off the charts.
Nice.
I used to take seaweed and lapsang souchong and turn it into a powder and finish a lobster bolognese with it.
Whoa!
Stupendous. I mean,
wow.
Depth of flavor that lapsang brings to cuisine, food.
Lapsang was we used to smoke our salmon with it, with the tea salon in Soho.
Yep.
And it was off the charts. It was so beautiful. And we did it with our rice for our sushi bar.
Oh, there you go. So
with the rice, put lapsang in it. What's that? What do we have there?
That looks like mezcal or bacanora.
Mezcal.
Mezcal.
Quiero me mucho?
Yes.
Stop it. That's not fair. Put that
Not
back in
fair. Not fair. Not fair.
Oh, boy.
You know who
So Rick Moonen.
I work with Cheech and Chong, and they just launched Cheech just launched a mezcal line.
Brilliant. Smoke. There you go. Up in smoke.
Up in smoke. Hello.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I love it.
So Chef Rick Moonen, godfather of sustainable seafood, you remember the traditional poo-poo platter, a little bit of sterno. I've got the grill right here.
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to cook on my poo-poo platter griddle to go with Renee Corbell Quinn's little sip of mezcal?
All right.
Do you need to see it again, or is she going to sip that for us?
I will.
You want a little Wagyu, flat iron on that, on a skewer, little sear.
Ooh.
Yes, please.
Some little chipolinas on top. Why not? A little crunch.
I have a beautiful little piece of wood. Give it a little woody, smoky flavor. Little cipollini. What else are we going to put in there?
Let me think about the flavor. I mean, I'd like a
very
little
smoky.
Heat. You want some heat, so pick your chili of choice.
Habanero. Oh no, wait. Scotch bonnet.
Scotch bonnet. You're going all in. I was thinking of a dried chili, like chili arbol.
If you heat it well enough, right? It kind of.
The chili arbol, the ones that are toasted.
Yeah. So they're not as strong.
Chipolinas, a little salt, some chili arbol. Put it on sprinkle it on the outside, and create a crust on some Wagyu level. Either flat iron. I like flat iron. I was looking at it today.
So Rick, chef,
yes.
What little gorgeous seafood moment can I do on my little poo-poo grill? From Sustainable Forever, anything?
Well, a nice fatty fish because you're grilling. So, I mean, Kahala, which is a company I'm actually working with, or the yellowtail category, that is nice fat,
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Yeah. Or you can go rich. You want to go scallop, you can go with the whole crustacean category. Would probably beautiful.
So as a native New Englander, you and I talk pornographically about shellfish regularly.
This is true. How come it always comes up?
It always comes up. So I'm going to tell you, I want you to see the pan in front of you, the hot cast iron skillet in which I am searing beautiful New England scallops. And just at the end of the cooking, that happened very, very quickly because it's such a nice hot sear, I drop a knob of butter in the pan and I finish it with a slug of great cognac. And I just put just a little como se llama in that.
I cooked scallops 2 nights ago, Monday night. seared them in a pan, took them out, let them rest, threw in slices of lemon to caramelize them, and then deglazed it a little bit. I wish I had mezcal. I just put a little water because I was in a hurry, and it had a really good fond on it, so I wanted to eat it. And then I shook it with butter. So we're on this. We're simpatico on that technique.
Well, we've got the best in the business, Chef Rick Moonen, here with us, and it's been fun. Thank you for judging. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Get some rest your palate, eat something good.
All right.
Nourish your soul. Know how great we are.
Cup of tea. Well, I'm going to roast a duck. I wish I had some lapsang souchong right now to put on the outside.
Or some immortal rye with tea. That's another one, Rick. Rye with tea.
Jennifer, make sure you share my address with Miriam.
I will.
Please do. All right, sweetie. It's good to
get to play.
Yeah. It's all. Isn't it fun? It's so much fun.
So much fun.
Yeah. I have the best life in the world. I can't complain.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're living it.
Living our best life right here at the Proof Awards 2021 in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Westgate. From the four corners, literally, from Las Vegas to New York to Florida to the Pacific Northwest. We really are in all four corners of the country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Love you. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, Rick.
Bye again.
Thank you,
Talk to you tomorrow. Say hi to Ronnie. All right, everybody. That's it. Wrapping up. We've been we're close to 5 hours.
Wow.
Okay?
We are.
You're awesome.
We did it.
We did it.
Thank you for having me. I'm so honored.
How are we going to
Thank
do
you,
this
Miriam.
tomorrow, Miriam?
Thank you for my tea.
Oh, we have more to come.
I'm coming.
Well,
I'm
come
getting
back
one.
and visit with us tomorrow. It's kind of fun to have you with us.
I love it. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss it. Just tell me the hour. I'll be there.
Okay, we'll send you the link. Everybody, check out Proof Awards Live. The Proof magazine can be found online. I'm Jennifer English. I'm your editor at large. Renee Corbel-Quinn is one of our contributors. Please get home safely and always remember to enjoy responsibly. And please hug your kids and count your blessings. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
Whoa!
The Proof Awards 2020.
Whether you are thinking about becoming a restaurateur or you are already in the business, Michael Politz has written a must-read, The Food and Beverage Magazine's Guide to Restaurant Success. Pick up your copy today at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Books A Million, or wherever fine books are sold.
Need a push getting your emerging spirits, wine, or beverage brand into the hands of consumers? Interested in winning a double gold award? Proof Awards, the ultimate beverage competition where all judges are beverage buyers, can jumpstart your campaign. Enter the Proof Awards. It's time to get your spirits, wines, and cocktail mixers the attention they deserve. Take advantage of the Proof Awards exposure and marketing program with Food and Beverage Magazine. It's all about putting your bottle into the right hands. Your brands will be tasted and rated by judges that are all beverage buyers for bars, nightclubs, resorts, casinos, liquor stores, big box retail, and many beverage distributors from across the U.S. Enter your spirits, wine, or beverage brand today. Hundreds of categories to choose from. One simple way to sign up. Visit www.proofawards.com. That's www.proofawards.com. And follow the Enter portal into our competition.
Thank you.